said that Minnesota is an abortion island and that we must protect our right to reproductive freedom on behalf of our neighbors. And we must. But likewise, we must recognize that Minnesota is an island of gender-affirming care as well, and we must protect this right too for everyone.
Opponents of House File 146 shared their concerns during the House Judiciary Finance and Civil Law Committee hearing on February 21st.
A lot of the discussion around this bill has been about making sure that parents' rights are protected, and I'm concerned that the temporary emergency jurisdiction provision, the way it's worded, actually is going to undermine that in certain circumstances.
I have great concerns about this whole custody piece, and I feel like it gives one parent an advantage over the other in cases where there is some shared parenting going on.
House File 1200 is also on the calendar. Sponsored by Representative Dan Wolgamott, it would require state prison and local jail inmates to be housed in publicly owned and operated facilities. There are a handful of amendments lined up, including a measure from Representative Dowd, which would allow inmates to be housed in a privately owned facility if it's exclusively staffed by public employees. You can read about the amendments yourself on the House website at www.house.mn.gov. On Tuesday, DFL leaders announced an agreement on budget targets that show an additional $17.87 billion in proposed new spending. Last night, the House Ways and Means Committee adopted the House budget resolution for the 2024-25 biennium.
This is a pretty big deal that we are here on March 22nd, and we have joint targets, and these reflect an agreement between the House, the Senate, and the governor. And we, for a lot of people's memory here, certainly mine, this is a historic moment in that way that we are doing our work earlier. We've heard from Minnesotans that people get frustrated by gridlock. They get frustrated by lack of transparency. And we really hear that and have come together to put together joint targets and really work towards a close of session that can be timely.
There was a relatively short debate over the nearly $72 billion total, with Republican lead Pat Garofalo sharing his side of the aisle's perspective on the budget agreement. I
obviously worry about the future of the state of Minnesota. Anyone who does who looks at basic math in this would be concerned about what is truly an unprecedented increase in the size and scope of government. But you guys won the elections, and you can do what you want, and you are.
You can watch Tuesday's announcement and last night's House Ways and Means Committee hearing on our YouTube page at youtube.com/mnhouseinfo. A final note before we go to the floor. Governor Tim Walz has announced the annual State of the State address will take place Wednesday, April 19th at 7 p.m. in the House chamber. We plan on providing coverage of the event. With that, it's time to join members who are currently in the chamber. Let's go there now for the start of today's House floor session.
The House will come to order. prayer by the chaplain.
Let us pray. O God, source of all justice, you've summoned everyone in this chamber to walk the path of righteousness, to foster life and liberty, to care especially for the poorest and most vulnerable in our society, and to guard the integrity of your creation. Free these servants of yours, O Lord, from all those attachments to wealth or power or privilege or fame that would prevent them from following the course you set out for them. Make them mindful of the time when they first heard your voice and followed it with idealism and enthusiasm. Illumine their minds, direct their wills, stir up in them a holy passion for doing what is right despite the cost. Give them the knowledge that whenever they strive for justice, they are pleasing to you. And, O Lord, shower your choicest blessings on our state of Minnesota and upon our country. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chaplain for today is Bishop Robert Barron from the Diocese of Winona and Rochester in Rochester, Minnesota. Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing and recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests, I would like to remind the body that during the proceedings of the House of Representatives, it is not proper to applaud or express happiness or unhappiness, and we will be enforcing these rules on all of the members and the galleries today. The clerk will take the roll.
You know, it's funny, Lisa. Just feel cross. Go ahead. This is me. What's that one? Yep.
Members, please take your conversations off of the House floor. The clerk will call the names of the members who are participating remotely.
O'Neill.
O'Neill, present.
O'Neill, present. Pryor.
You're up.
Pryor, present.
Pryor, present.
The clerk will close the roll. A quorum is present. I'm also going to ask members and the Sergeant at Arms to please not use the main entrance so that we can hear one another to conduct the business of the House. Members, please use the other doors that are available to you. The clerk will read the journal of the preceding day.
Journal of the House, 93rd Session, 2023, 39th day, St. Paul, Minnesota, Wednesday, March 22nd, 2023.
A quorum is present. If there is no objection, further reading of the journal will be dispensed with, and the journal will be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. Hearing no objection, the journal is approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. Reports of standing committees and divisions. There's copies of this order of business on your desk and online. If there is no objection, the reports will be adopted. Hearing no objection, the reports are adopted. Second reading of House files.
Second reading House File number 1141.
Second reading.
Second reading House File 2286.
Second reading. Introduction of bills. The following House files have been offered for introduction today. The Chief Clerk will report the House files and give them their first reading.
Introduction and first reading of House Files 3083 through 3113.
First reading House files 3083 through 3113. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate, Madam Speaker. I have the honor to inform the House of Representatives that the Senate is ready to meet with the House in a joint convention at 6:45 p.m. Wednesday, April 19, 2023, to receive the message of the Honorable Tim Walz, Governor of the State of Minnesota, which will be delivered at 7 o'clock p.m. The message is signed Thomas S. Boddard, Secretary of the Senate.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker, a message from the Senate has been received requesting concurrence by the House to amendments adopted by the Senate to the following House file, House File number 244.
Reports from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Long from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, pursuant to Rules 1.21 and 3.33, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Monday, March 27, 2023, and establishes a pre-filing requirement for amendments offered to the following bills. House File numbers 375, 1355, and 1523. Long from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, pursuant to Rules 1.23, designates the following bills to be placed on the consent calendar for Monday, March 27, 2023. House File numbers 1370, 2175, 1327, and 581.
Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 1200. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 1200, number 2 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to corrections.
I recognize the member from Sherburne, Representative Wolgamott, to explain your bill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise today to urge your support for House File 1200, a bill that would ban private prisons in the state of Minnesota. Madam Speaker, criminal justice is a core responsibility of our state government, and it should be done by those who are accountable to the public. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, private prisons are notorious for cutting corners in order to maximize profits, which is a direct threat to our public safety and leads to some disturbing outcomes. Disturbing outcomes such as an increased number of prison rapes, higher rates of assault on staff and inmates, reports of worms found in the food of inmates, lack of medical care, lower benefits and pay for staff, which decreases their quality of work, less training, staffing levels so low that prison gangs are out of control and sometimes in control of the facilities who are supposed to be maintaining custody of them. And the real reason why they're a threat to our public safety is because private prisons result in higher rates of recidivism. They don't adequately fund the rehab programs for mental health, drug abuse, the things that we do to make sure that when people who are incarcerated come back in the communities, they have received the support that they need to be successful members of our society. The reason for this, Madam Speaker, is that private prisons have perverse incentives. More crime means more profit. More incarceration means more profit. But we need to say no to this. Public safety must come first. Private prisons are not the solution to reducing crime. They are part of the problem, and it's time that we ban them here in the state of Minnesota. Madam Speaker, before we move on to the amendments that are at your desk, I would just like to take a moment to recognize the work that's been done on this bill over the years. It's been years in the making. I know that this bill has been brought forward by many correctional officers throughout our state, even in St. Cloud. Some of them are now retired, but they have continued to show up to advocate for this so that we can make sure that those who are incarcerated have that level of safety, treatment, and rehabilitation they need to make sure they can be safely go through our correctional process and come back into our society. And last, Madam Speaker, I'd like to recognize the past legislators who have put this bill forward, particularly the efforts of our past House Majority Leader, Ryan Winkler. Former Leader Winkler carried this bill in 2019 and in 2021. Recognize that he did significant work to advance this not only through the legislature, but in the court of public opinion in bringing light to the horrible things that happen in private prisons and also the good work that's done by our public safety workers. So, Madam Speaker, there have been a lot of people bringing this bill forward. Now is the time to pass it. And it's my understanding that there are amendments at the desk. So I look forward to the clerk reporting those amendments and a good discussion on House File 1200. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Wolgamott moves to amend House File number 1200. The amendment is coded A4.
Representative Wolgamott, to explain your amendment.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I am bringing this amendment forward just to clarify the original intent and scope of the bill. This amendment makes it clear that the bill does not prohibit the Department of Corrections from placing persons who have been conditionally released from prison into private residential facilities. It was brought to me by the Department of Corrections, and I would ask for your and members' support.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Novotny moves to amend the Wolgamott amendment to House File number 1200. The amendment to the amendment is coded A6.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Speaker Hartman. The A6 to the A4 amendment adds sheriffs to the this by using private halfway houses in the same way that the A4 amendment will do for the state. Creates the same exceptions that the State Department of Corrections has that the sheriffs would be able to use for using private facilities such as halfway houses, work release centers, treatment facilities. The amendment does not provide, Representative Wolgamott's amendment does not provide the same exceptions for the county. In this amendment, my A6 would add that to those same exceptions that the state has. I'm hoping that the author will accept this amendment as a friendly amendment, and I believe he has, and with that, I recommend a yes vote.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Wolgamott, on the amendment to the amendment.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the amendment to the amendment, Representative Novotny. Madam Speaker, I would also ask members to support this amendment. It achieves the goal of clarifying the scope of the bill, and I ask for your and members' support. And thank you, Representative Novotny.
Any further discussion to the A6 amendment? The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Members, Madam Speaker, Representative Novotny, thank you for this amendment. Without this amendment to the amendment, our local sheriff's departments would be limited where they could bring an inmate that needs medical attention if they have to spend a night or two, and I've seen it where they've been there for 2 weeks. So by allowing treatment, it'll allow us to bring inmates to our local hospitals if they need medical treatment and have to stay for a few days. So thank you for taking the amendment to the amendment.
Any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. We are now on the underlying Wolgamott amendment. Any discussion to the Wolgamott amendment as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Novotny moves to amend House Bill number 1200 as amended. The amendment is coded A3.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny, to your A4 amendment.
Thank you, Speaker Horman. A3 allows sheriffs to lease privately owned facilities. The amendment allows a county or group of counties to lease a privately owned correctional facility to house jail inmates if they determine it is in their best interest to do so. The facility would still be operated by sheriff's deputies from that county or a group of counties. I had hoped that the author of the original bill would take it as a friendly amendment. I'm told he's not, but I'm confused. I understand that the state might have a reason for not using privately owned facilities. Whatever that is, I don't think that should prohibit the counties from doing that if they see fit and that is the best thing for them. Some of these more rural counties don't have a large jail population. If they don't have the people to make it economical for them to have a fully functioning jail, there's already talks between different counties about having joint facilities. This would allow them to take over, say for example, if the federal prison in Duluth closed down, they would be able to lease that facility. Whatever the state DOC wants to do, that is up to them. I do not see why we want to restrict the counties from doing what is economically in their best interest while still using county employees and still being under the direction of the Department of Corrections with their oversight. Members, I ask for your vote on this, and I will ask for a roll call vote.
Representative Novotny requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Wolgamott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Novotny, appreciate you bringing this amendment forward. Appreciate the conversations we've had. Definitely open to working with you on this in the future. But for today, the main intention of this bill is to make sure that we are not having, whether it's people who are running a facility or people who are owning a facility, we do not want corporate corrections companies incarcerating people in the state for profits. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I would request a no vote on Representative Novotny's amendment.
The member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the out in west central Minnesota, we have very small populations with our counties. For example, Traverse County is the smallest population in the state of Minnesota, 3,200 people. Then we go up to Wilkin County, which is around 6,700 people. We go over to down to Big Stone County, which is now represented by Representative Anderson, which is about 5,000 to 6,000. And these constituents elect sheriffs who understand the population, and sheriffs know the area a whole lot better than someone in St. Paul. So it makes sense to have these regional facilities, doesn't matter if it's private or public, to help with public safety. A lot of you know I serve as a volunteer as a EMS ambulance for 29 years, and I know all the sheriffs across the line and also in Minnesota because of the area that I serve as a EMT. And these sheriffs understand, and county attorneys understand what's needed to provide the protection for their citizens. And so this, Representative Novotny, is a very good amendment. It makes sense. And would the author of the amendment yield to a question?
The author of the amendment or the author of the bill?
Amendment, please.
He will yield. Representative Backer.
Representative Novotny, what feedback have you received from the Sheriff's Association or other sheriffs about privately run prisons and so forth?
Representative Novotny.
Representative Backer, could you repeat the question?
Representative Backer.
Yes, I'll be happy to. Representative Novotny, what feedback have you received from the sheriffs throughout the state in regards versus public or private facilities with housing inmates? What feedback have you got from the sheriff specifically?
Representative Novotny.
We have been in contact with the Minnesota Sheriff's Association. They have indicated that they would like the option to keep these things on the table as something that they can use. And once again, I guess I'll respond to a different question when I close, but Representative Backer, it's good to have options. As I said before, there's already talks between counties of having consortiums to do these things under the jurisdiction of the sheriffs, with sheriff's employees, under the direction and inspection and certification of the Department of Corrections. This is not going to be a movie set that it's being painted out to be.
Representative Backer.
Thank you, Representative Novotny. And that's one of the things. When you have counties that have a smaller population base, you do not have the tax capacity. And I have visited many times with the various sheriffs, especially my sheriff, Sheriff Wright from Traverse County, where they have to go miles and miles and hundreds of miles to transfer inmates. And we have, at any given time, 1 or 2 deputy sheriffs on call, and when you have to transfer to facilities like St. Cloud or other facilities, that takes those deputies outside. And I trust my sheriff. I trust the sheriffs that I represent in District 9A, Wilkin County, Grant County, Ottertail County, and Traverse County to make good decisions, and I support this amendment. Thank you, Representative Novotny.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Before I came down here to St. Paul, I was involved at the county level on a proposal to build a 3-county jail for the counties back home. And one of the first things we learned was that operating a jail is extremely expensive. It's 24/7, 365. You have to have 2 or 3 shifts. So the operation of a jail is extremely expensive. So I think this amendment, Representative Novotny, at least leaves some options open for our counties back home if they want to explore something like this and get together, share expenses, because again, operating jails is very expensive. So I appreciate the amendment, thank you, and I would support the Novotny amendment.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, thank you, Representative Novotny. This amendment is important to our local communities. Where I worked, our jail wasn't big enough, and it was just a small jail until we built our new one. We had what was called a Harder Hilton. It was 6 motel rooms off the regular motel in the back that the Isanti County Sheriff's Office rented for jail cells. The people in those cells were it was normal motel room, but they were the work release, and they had rules. And if they violated the rules, they could no longer stay at the Harder Hilton. They had to go down to the actual county jail. That worked well for our county until we could build. I don't know if you've seen the process to build a county jail. It's expensive. It's millions of dollars to the taxpayers in their communities. And now DOC has a life expectancy of 20 to 25 years, and they no longer certify them without major upgrades. It's very expensive. So a number of counties are going together, putting jails together, looking at that option. But one of the biggest options they'd like to have is renting a facility that might have a dorm style setup in it with showers and stuff, run by the sheriffs, but be able to rent it for their work release program instead of building a new facility. It's much cheaper to rent, and multiple counties could use it. But with this bill, that takes that option away. Now, if the county rents it, guess what? It is privately owned, but it's run by the county, run by the government, inspected by the government. It gives it an option to use that property, and guess what? That property still pays property taxes, helping the community. But with the current bill language, without this amendment, it takes options away from our local governments, which in the long run can hurt them and hurt the taxpayers. Now, for me, I will never, ever support privately run prisons, but there's no reason that we can't rent the facility and run them and have the state or the local sheriff run them with county or state employees.
The member from Isanti, Representative Dowd. The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to thank Representative Novotny for this amendment. I think, when we look at opportunity and local control, I understand that maybe the state of Minnesota isn't interested in housing inmates at a private owned facility, but really giving options to locally elected officials, I think, is key with this amendment. And if we believe in local control, if we believe what's right, but we also believe in rural opportunities. I happen to live, my district's very close to a facility I think is going to be very, very adversely affected by this bill. And, at least it gives it an option, right? I mean, it's not some private employee that's going to be running it. The amendment is very clear that it's, that of who would be working at it and whose that responsibility would be. And, it's fun to have these types of bills, when you represent 100,000 people or communities of 100,000 people. But when you're directly attacking a small town in rural Minnesota that may have a facility like this, I think it's very telling when you look at opportunities, regardless of what this is. This is just a snippet. We're not saying, hey, we don't want you to pass your bill, which I'll actually will be voting no on in truth too. But this is just having, hey, there's a little bit of light for this community. Just a little bit, that's all we're asking. Not slamming the door with your fingers in the jam. Folks, give locally elected officials the chance to at least think about it. That's all this amendment is. This isn't, hey, tomorrow, if you pass this amendment, there's going to be people getting sent to this facility. That's not the case at all. Not the case at all. Communities suffer when opportunities and investment are not used, whether that's a publicly owned one or a publicly used one. And, I think this amendment is just a sliver of hope for a community that deserves better. Doesn't deserve members who live hundreds of miles away to be telling what local elected officials want to do with things that are in their backyard. For the sake of Pete's sake, vote green.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It seems that I have been the constant reminder about the notion of local control. And that's what this amendment does. This amendment says on line 1.8, nothing in this section prohibits a county board from contracting with privately owned residential facilities. That's local control. That says that if a county in somewhere in Minnesota, one of our counties, wanted to do something, that's what this could do. So I do have some questions, Madam Speaker. If Representative Grossell would yield to a question.
First, I got to find him to see if he'll nod.
He seems to be off the floor. I'll come back to him.
All right, Representative Nash.
Would Representative Johnson yield to a question?
He has nodded. He will yield. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Johnson, Isanti County was your place of employment, and you've told us a little bit about this, but if this type of tool was made available to the Isanti County Sheriff, help us walk through again what sort of leeway that might offer them and what abilities that might bring to them. Because if this amendment were to go on, and I really hope it does, I hope everybody jumps in and votes yes, what does that do for the county that used to be your employer from a flexibility perspective?
Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, Representative Nash, it opened up a lot of doors. There's a number of counties in my area that have already been in talks over the years about putting together a juvenile facility. One of the biggest issues we have is there's no place for juvenile placement for those that need to be placed because of crimes they committed. They don't like to do it very often, but right now there is no place for them. So they've talked about opening up through a joint powers board, a juvenile detention center. And they actually have places where they could actually rent right now that are sitting vacant that are set up to do that. But with this bill, it would shut them out. So it's important to leave the options open because the local sheriff has a lot of responsibility to keep our community safe, to keep the inmates safe. And there again, it would not be a facility run by a private organization. It'd be a joint powers board running it with the staff from those communities hired by the sheriff's offices. It would be corrections officers hired by the county that would be taking control of that for that joint powers board. But with this amendment, it takes it off the table. Or without this amendment, it takes that option off the table. Instead of being able to rent something right away that's available within 2 months, have it operational, it would take over a year to build a facility once they find the land and take the land or the buildings off the taxpayer's roll. So even more burden on the local community. So this is an option that's very important to our local sheriffs, especially in greater Minnesota, because we don't have the large populations area where we have access to a lot of property tax dollars to do these things. So again, Representative Nash, it is very important to our communities to be able to have the option to rent property so they can run a facility if they need it.
Representative Nash.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Whitty yield to a question?
He will. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Whitty, again, you also in law enforcement, I'm sure you're very well aware of some of the problems of finding places to put folks who need to be incarcerated. Can you detail for us, based on your knowledge, what this amendment would be viewed as from a flexibility perspective in the policing communities in the county that you represent, and what sort of tools this might put in their toolkit?
Representative Whitty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This will open up opportunities for facilities, but also partnerships, and also be able to safely house our juveniles or adults that you would incarcerate, and it would be a good opportunity for the communities. Thank you.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Jacob yield to a question?
Representative Nash, it does not yet appear that you're being dilatory, but that you're well aware of the Masons.
Madam Speaker, I am trying to build a case for the value of local control by asking members of my side to add to the debate.
Who did you ask to yield?
Representative Jacob.
Representative Jacob will yield. Representative Nash.
Representative Jacob, you are freshly a former county commissioner as of the beginning of this year. In your time as a county commissioner, you would like to be able, or I'm assuming that you would have liked to have been able to enter into relationships to do something just like is in this amendment, to find the best safe solution to incarcerate people who need incarceration after they've gone and been adjudicated. What does this sort of amendment do from a toolkit perspective for our most recent former county commissioner and in the conduction of your county commissioner role?
Representative Jacob.
Thank you for the question, Representative Nash. Yeah, so in Winona County, we came off of, we're 80% of the way through building a jail in Winona County. So this has been on our taxpayers' minds for the last about 6 years. But we wanted as many options as possible. And whether it was farming our inmates out to neighboring counties, using private facilities, every option that we could have available, we wanted available. And we certainly didn't want the state to come in and mandate exactly what direction we must go and what direction we have to take. So from a standpoint of a county commissioner standpoint, we want just as many options as we can have. So thank you.
Representative Nash, you still have the floor, but I just want to let the body know there's exceptions to every rule, and the exceptions for making noise on the floor, there's 2 of them. 1, if somebody brings snacks, and 2 is if a former member visits. And members, I want to let you know that former State Representative Amy Woslowick is on the floor, and she served from White Bear Township from 2019 to 2022. Please welcome former State Representative Amy Woslowick. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And not wishing to be accused of being dilatory, that would be horrible. I'll tell you this.
Persistent irrelevance also against the rules, but
I think that might be my middle name, actually. Those of you that may wish to seek renaming, that could be my new middle name. Well, Madam Speaker and members, many of us have served in a former elected role in a local body. A good number of us are mayors, city council members. There are several who have been county commissioners. I know Representative Dowd was a county commissioner at one time. The idea of local control is something that I have been championing a lot this session. And most of the time in both state government finance and housing, because it's important. What we're seeing here is in the request to vote down this amendment by Representative Wolgamott is he is saying that he does not want to put those toolkits in the hands of those locally elected officials. And I'm not arraigning motives, I saw you thinking. But members, what I'm trying to say here is our local control admiration seems to be an ephemeral thing here this session. There's the noise of the snacks. I find it troubling that very often in years past that I myself have been accused of being anti-local control. Well, I'm like the poster child of local control. That's what this amendment does. This amendment says to county boards around the state, possibly larger municipalities around the state, that we, the legislature, wish to give you all the power you need in order to deal with a group of people that need somewhere to be put safely. That's the issue right here. We are trying very hard to make the argument that county boards in particular should have that flexibility. I am very close with my county commissioners. One of them is a former House member. Thank God he's not a former senator, but thank you, Representative Workman and I have talked about this, and the county board has to make some very difficult decisions. You're stripping a toolkit out of their hands. And I find that disturbing. I find that to be something that really rises to the level of becoming indignant that we would say to our county commissioners, well, we really appreciate your election certificate, and we really appreciate the idea that you're trying to do the right thing for the people in your county. However, as it pertains to this, we're not going to equip you with those tools. Madam Speaker, lastly, would Representative Novotny yield to a question?
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Representative Long, please state your point of order.
Mason's 121, persistent repetition. I do believe that Representative Nash has now asked several members to yield with the exact same question and made the same point several times.
Madam Speaker, advice?
Representative Nash, we customarily don't rule. I'm not at the point where I need any advice. He did say the word lastly, so I'm really hopeful. And Representative Novotny did say he would yield, so let's see how this goes.
Madam Speaker, I am a man of my words, and I will point out that each of my questions has been different.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Representative Novotny, I know that this is a very large issue in county government and county jails around the state as you try to find or play the game of Tetris to find places to put people. As you drafted this amendment, can you tell us the conversations that you've had with both county commissioners and sheriffs as to what sort of flexibility this provides them, and really how does this solve the overpopulation of the jails that they operate and run?
Representative Novotny.
Well, thank you, Representative Nash. Specific conversations I haven't had because, to me, it's like you said, it's about local control, and I don't want to put words, I want to make decisions for county sheriffs. I understand, as I said before, that the DOC may have their reasons for doing what they want to do on the overall bill, but I don't think we should apply those same restrictions to the county board and the sheriffs that would do the work. I can't go much farther than that, Representative Nash. I think we're trying to regulate something that doesn't need to be regulated. Thank you.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, again, the Novotny Amendment is really all about local control. And it's really that simple. It's that elemental. It comes down to whether or not you recognize that the duly elected people in your county should have the tools at their disposal to make decisions on how to run things inside of their county. If they were to go down the road of creating a joint powers agreement or a rental of facilities that they may need in order to place people there, why wouldn't you, Representative Wolgamott, why wouldn't you want to give them that flexibility? You know, the presumption that you're going to make decisions that go over the top of those elected officials, I really hope that you're willing to take their phone calls and help them understand, because I don't understand why we would do that. I think that the Novotny Amendment is perfectly reasonable. We have a known problem. You've heard me ask several members, and you've heard from several members on my side of the aisle, that this is a known problem. When you have a known problem and you have a solution to the known problem that puts the decision-making in the hands of people who have been elected by a group of people much closer to them than we are, why would we be so brazen and presumptuous as to say that's not going to happen? Members, it's that simple. If you want to trust your county board, then trust them. Otherwise, we can maybe draft a bill that says we don't have county boards, and we'll just make all the decisions here in St. Paul. So, members, I encourage a yes vote on the Novotny Amendment. I think it is very wisely crafted and very wisely written. Representative Novotny, thank you for bringing it. I think that it says to the counties around the state, we are here to help you in your role. And I will apologize, Madam Speaker, to Representative Harder, who I forgot was also a very recent county commissioner. I will not ask her to yield because I think you might bring out the gavel. But I bet if she were to stand, she would tell you that having tools taken out of her hands by the legislature would be irksome. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Further discussion on the A3 amendment. Representative New Brindley.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Madam Speaker.
Please state your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Madam Speaker, I'm wondering, I've heard from several of our members now that they have not been allowed in and out of the chamber, and I'm wondering why we are being denied access to the chamber through that main door.
Representative New Brindley, it is often the case that when it is too loud in the rotunda to conduct business on the House floor that we ask members to use the side doors. Representative New Brindley.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
Point of order or point of parliamentary inquiry?
Point of order.
State your point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask under Rule 7.2 that the Speaker instruct the Sergeant of Arms to allow members to access the chamber through the main door. This is a very unusual circumstance, actually. There are often many people and a lot of noise in the rotunda, but strangely, on a day that Republicans have folks here in the rotunda, which doesn't usually happen, the doors are locked. And no one's allowed access to that door. And it seems like a very strange imbalance that this is the first time, certainly this session, and I believe in my time in this chamber, that that door has been locked. And it's just very curious that it's being done on a day that Republicans care a lot about an issue. And there's a lot of folks out in the rotunda here to support what we're doing here today. I would ask that the Speaker instruct the Sergeant to allow access through that main door.
Representative New Brindley, pursuant to House Rule 701, it is my duty as the Speaker of the House to maintain and preserve order and decorum in this chamber. And that it is pursuant to that responsibility that I have made that request of members and the Sergeant at Arms as a courtesy to the business of the House of Representatives. So I find your point of order not well taken.
Madam Speaker, I would like to overrule the ruling of the Speaker and would request a roll call vote.
Representative New Brindley requests to overturn the decision of the Speaker and requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative New Brindley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Advice to the body. My advice is, again, I would make that same point. It's just very odd and convenient that this is, to my knowledge...
Representative New Brindley, steer clear of motives. Representative New Brindley.
I didn't say a thing about anyone's motives. That was odd. To my knowledge, this is the first time that I can think of this year that we've had a significant presence, that any group of Republican activists has had a presence in the Capitol, in the rotunda. This is also the first time that the chamber doors have been locked and that the Speaker has instructed the Sergeant to keep those doors locked. It's also very strange that we're being told that it's because it's so noisy. Let me just say, you can hear, anyone in here knows, you can hear a pin drop. There's literally no noise coming from the rotunda. This is very strange. It is inappropriate. It is not the way we function in this body, and frankly, it is unfair. And I would ask the body to overturn the ruling of the Speaker and just open the doors. Like, this is so bonkers.
The member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. It is, I would say, abnormal. And Representative New, it's not that I like to correct a member on the House floor, but you were gentle in your language. The chamber doors to this chamber have been locked. Use the word locked and use the word unlock. The chamber doors have been locked to the People's House. We are not under call. Sometimes that happens when we're under call because members, because of the rules, are not allowed to enter or leave through the chamber. Turn your head around and look at the door. You can visibly see that it is locked. For those that are operating the cameras, pan them over. You can see that the door is locked. The doors to the People's House have been locked. Not by any rule, but by request of the Speaker, because we want to maintain order. I want you to just be very quiet for 1 second. I can hear no one out there, and I haven't for the last 30 minutes, but the doors remain locked because somebody's worried about disruptive behavior. There's no disruptive behavior. And I can't hear a church mouse out there. Madam Speaker, this is an easy one. Just have them unlock the doors. And we in this chamber will be respectful to each other that if there is noise out there, like we normally do, we won't use that door. But if a member needs to, that door is there for us to use. And it is there for us to bring guests through if we need to. But today that door has been locked, and that is very abnormal in this chamber. I don't know that I've ever seen it at times when this House is not under call. That's the only time in the rules that allows for that door to be locked. So, Madam Speaker, as a former Speaker, I would just impress on you the way to solve this might be, let's just unlock the door. Thank you.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I recall the first session that I interned in this body. There was a lot of radical and extreme policy passed in this chamber. At that time, there was a big debate over the unionization of daycare providers in this state. And daycare providers and advocates from AFSCME and SEIU and others filled the chamber doors, filled the chamber halls, and that door was open. During this session, we've had plenty of controversial bills where plenty of other interests have stood outside this chamber door, and it's been open. Why on this day should this be any different? Members, I encourage you to overturn the ruling of the Speaker. In custom to the usage of that door for decades. Thank you.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just, the Speaker, just to the body, the Speaker referenced Rule 7.01 that it is her duty, or that's where she gets this power. However, I want to read what that rule says. The Speaker must preserve order and decorum. The Speaker may order the lobby or galleries cleared in the case of disorderly conduct or other disturbance. We're not even talking about clearing anyone. The door is locked. And frankly, this is really easy. Madam Speaker, if the doors will be unlocked, I am happy to withdraw my motion. Point of parliamentary inquiry, Madam Speaker.
Please state your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Is it my understanding correct that if I just withdraw my motion, the doors will be unlocked?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I withdraw my motion.
The Sergeant at Arms may allow the use of the main doors unless it gets too loud for us to hear consideration of bills. Representative New Brindley has withdrawn her appeal. We are on the amendment to House File 1200 brought forward by Representative Novotny, which I believe we've had quite a bit of discussion on but have not yet voted on. Any further discussion on the Novotny amendment? Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Speaker Hortman. If we look at some of the press that's been coming out, there's been county jails that have failed their inspections. I can think of 2 off the top of my head within the last month. If the DOC comes in and does an inspection and decides that your jail has to be closed down or significantly reduced in numbers, you have little or no options. This gives the options for the counties that have that. Of one of the many things we learned doing the work of this legislature, is just like everyone else in the real world did during COVID, was that electronic communications are much more convenient. And as much as I hated Zoom after the first 2 years of session through Zoom, there's times it's still very convenient. County jails, like county courthouses, are kept local, so people have access to them. And so often with the county jails, instead of hauling the persons back and forth that were in custody for their various court appearances, we don't need that anymore. We have video visiting. Where I worked in Sherburne County, there is no face-to-face visit like something you see in the movies. You go to a video phone. If you come in at all or don't have access to a phone that has video on it, you can come and you sit in a booth and you talk to someone who never leaves the pod that they are in. I bring that up because this bill gives the options to other counties that if they want to have a consortium and you have someone that will be serving their time at a county jail for 6 to 9 months or up to a year, that they can have a centralized jail, which much more efficient, just by scale. I don't understand the interest that the state has in this. And I've said it before and I'll say it again, keep it in mind that these will be facilities staffed by county employees. They will be run by county employees. They will still be inspected by the DOC, and if the DOC finds that they're not up to the safety and living condition standards, they would be shut down just like any other jail. Let's keep this local. Let's let the sheriffs and the local county commissioners and the local sheriffs take care of this and do as they think is best for their citizens and what is the most responsible thing for the taxpayers. Vote yes. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will call the names of the members who are voting remotely.
O'Neill.
O'Neill, aye.
O'Neill votes aye. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Dowd moves to amend House Bill number 1200 as amended, and the amendment is coded A5.
The member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The A5 amendment is a fairly simple one. But I want to just, before I talk directly about the amendment, I want to talk just a little bit about the background. Just to give people an idea, no one is impacted by this bill. Not a single Minnesotan is or will be impacted by this bill. We do not have a private prison in the state of Minnesota operating. We have not had a private prison in the state of Minnesota operating in my time in the legislature, and that's 12 years. My guess is it goes back, we have in the past in our history. Everybody knows there is one facility in the state of Minnesota It is a very nice facility. It's a state-of-the-art facility. It's actually newer than all of our prisons that the state owns and operates. It's frankly in better condition than all of our prisons that the state owns and operates. This amendment does not require the state to use that facility or any other private facility. It simply maintains the flexibility that if at some point in the future the commissioner wanted to lease a facility instead of build or purchase one, that the commissioner could do that. But under this bill, the commissioner would not be allowed to do that. The speaker also would not be allowed to do that. And frankly, I just don't know why we would tie the commissioner's hands or the administration's hands for something that has not been and is not and isn't likely to impact a single Minnesotan. But here we are on the House floor debating an issue that, again, doesn't impact a single Minnesotan and isn't going to, hasn't, doesn't, and isn't going to impact a single Minnesotan. Just to get it in perspective for everybody, we are talking about an issue that nobody cares about because, and nobody's talking about, and the fact that we're debating it tells me that folks haven't been listening to their folks back home. Okay, so we've got a bill on the floor that basically says the commissioner couldn't lease a private prison, or we couldn't have a private company operate a prison and house inmates in the state of Minnesota. Fine, if you want to pass that bill. If you think for some reason that that's more urgent than talking about giving Minnesotans relief from inflation or the high interest rates that they're paying, or frankly, the skyrocketing crime rates in our largest cities, or the workforce crisis that's facing our state right now, or the out-of-control housing costs and out of whack with other states around us housing costs that are impacting the state, the out-of-control taxes in the state of Minnesota, when we have the largest surplus in state history. We are also the fourth highest tax state in the nation, probably soon to be third, second, or first. We have nursing homes in or near crisis and closing. And energy costs are out of control and skyrocketing at a time when Minnesotans are facing the highest grocery prices, high gas prices. These are the things that Minnesotans care about. But today on the House floor, we're debating a bill that hasn't impacted a single Minnesotan in a generation and is not under threat of impacting anyone in this state ever, whether we pass this or not. So all I want to do is add an amendment that says we'll just allow the commissioner some flexibility if the commissioner, who is appointed by the governor, and the governor is elected by the people of Minnesota, if the commissioner chooses to lease a private facility, and the commissioner can deem whether that facility meets the requirements and is up to date and up to snuff to house inmates in the state of Minnesota, that the commissioner can do that, instead of having the legislature, who frankly is so out of touch with this issue that we have a bill about it on the House floor today when it doesn't impact a single person in the state of Minnesota and isn't going to. But yet we think we should be making the decisions about this, while Minnesotans are at home reeling from the out-of-control inflation, the skyrocketing crime rates, the more than doubled interest rates from less than a year ago, the workforce crisis that we're under right now, the out-of-control housing costs, the unbelievably high taxes when our government doesn't need it, when we have double the highest surplus we've ever had in state history, and energy costs, which are also on the rise. Those are the issues Minnesotans want us working on, but here we are, talking about an issue that hasn't doesn't and will not impact a single Minnesotan. So what I would suggest that while we're virtue signaling here on the House floor, that maybe what we do is we just remember that probably it's not a good idea to put things in statute to tie somebody's hands 20, 30, 50, 100 years from now. And then legislators are going to come back and say, gee, I wonder how this ever got in statute, but we better fix it because we don't have the money to build a prison, but we've got a state-of-the-art facility sitting empty right here in our state. So I'm sure that this is an amendment that everyone can vote for, and I would ask for everyone to vote yes. Thank you.
The member from Traverse County, Representative Backer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Several members in this chamber probably do not know, like Paul Harvey would say, is the rest of the story. The prison facility out in my neck of the woods, Appleton, was actually championed by Representative Chuck Brown. And he worked extensively, and he represented Traverse at that time, and Representative Chuck Brown was a DFLer. He was a Democrat, because he saw the importance of giving that flexibility to not just the locals, but for the state of Minnesota. This is a good amendment that Representative Dowd has. This makes sense. This makes so much sense. That's why Representative Chuck Brown in the 90s worked so hard for years and years and years to get that facility built and supported. It's a state-of-the-art facility. It's not ran down. They have kept it up. But just the rest of the story, a champion from the majority side of the aisle thought it was so important to me because he understood, and at that time, the House, the chamber, which I believe was controlled by the Democrats at that time, also supported that facility. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would urge the body to support the Dowd amendment. And I think I have some credibility on this, Representative Wolgamott, because I do support the concept of your bill. I think most Minnesotans believe prisons are a core function of government. They don't expect Target or Walmart or something like that to operate a prison. They expect the state. But as Representative Dowd mentioned, this bill doesn't deal with any real problem. Right now, there is no current private prison operating in Minnesota, but there is a state-of-the-art facility in Appleton that currently is sitting dormant. Now, we may not be using it now, but as far as I understand, the biggest concern with private entities operating a prison is they'll exploit the inmates. They'll cut costs as much as humanly possible to make a buck, and you shouldn't have a profit motive for putting people in prison. This amendment doesn't affect that at all. This amendment allows AFSCME union employees to operate this prison in Appleton if it's not in operation yet, if it were to be used. So to me, that covers the whole purpose of this bill. The purpose of this bill is to prevent private prisons in Minnesota. Is a privately owned facility that's entirely operated by state employees with oversight and accountability from the state, that's not a private prison. It's a private building, it's not a private prison. So I'd urge you to support the A5 Dowd amendment because it's just good government. We're not talking about cutting out union jobs. Even if this prison were to be open, it would be operated by union employees. And that's how it should be. It should be operated by the state. House File 1200 that bans private prisons in the state, I think is a reasonable idea. And it would be far more reasonable, really, it would have a lot more support if it had this flexibility to have union employees operate a private facility, because it's there. And if that facility was abandoned, it would cost that local county $800,000 in property taxes. That is a huge impact, and it may not be your county, but it's still Minnesotans. It works perfectly with the mindset of this bill. We want public employees to be operating correctional facilities, not private for-profit companies. I completely agree with your bill, Representative Wolgamott. This doesn't violate the spirit of your bill. It really doesn't. It just prevents us from, one, costing a county like a third of their property tax revenue, and it really eliminates the opportunity for expansion because building a prison is a monumental task. Anoka County, my home county, has been debating building a new prison for quite some time, and it has been a tremendous ordeal. Passing this bill that doesn't help anyone, literally it doesn't help anyone because there is no private prison currently operating in the state, passing it without this amendment makes it pointless. Passing it with this amendment sends the message, hey, we're not going to have private companies operating for-profit prisons in this state, but we're not going to let this massive investment that these county and local taxpayers depend on go to complete and total waste. It just doesn't make sense. So you might think a lot of people over here aren't operating on good faith when they talk about our amendments, but this amendment is a good amendment, makes the bill better, and that's coming from somebody who is a supporter of what you're trying to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Wolgamott yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Wolgamott, you know what? Normally, when we start a discussion on the floor, we hear from the amendment author, and then we usually hear from the bill author, sort of with a recommendation to the body. And I'm wondering if you would just let us know what that is, because frankly, if you're recommending we take this amendment, I don't need to talk.
Representative Wolgamott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question, Representative New Brindley. Oh, I think there was a transition up in the chair, and maybe that got missed. But Madam Speaker, Representative New Brindley, I'm going to recommend a no vote on the Dowd amendment. In addition to what I've said previously about our state not wanting to do business with corporations who profit off of incarcerating human beings. The current facility that's been discussed, the Appleton Prairie Correctional Facility, is not a good place for us to do corrections for many reasons. One of the things I've heard the most from our public workers, it's been said under this amendment, our public workers could work in this facility, but it's a real issue because it is far removed from any level 1 trauma centers and other DOC facilities. So as a result, Madam Speaker, Representative New Brindley, emergency response teams from other DOC facilities would take a really long time to respond to crisis situations. If there's a traumatic assault on an inmate, on an officer, they're a long ways away from being able to get the care that they would need. This would directly jeopardize the safety of any of the inmates. It would jeopardize the safety of the people who would work in this correctional facility. Additionally, it's problematic. I've seen an estimate that the facility would require approximately 511 people to staff it. Madam Speaker, Representative New Brindley, the DOC is already having problems with workforce shortages, and there are possible issues around the capacity of the local community to accommodate that workforce. There's just a lot of reasons why we don't want to be doing corrections in this facility. I appreciate the question, Representative New Brindley. Madam Speaker, I'm asking for a no vote on the Dowd amendment.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll be honest, I'm actually a little surprised by that. I asked the question because I thought, well, we're talking a lot, but he's probably just going to take this, and so we probably don't need to keep talking. And it's interesting. The bill language actually doesn't say anything about the Appleton facility. It doesn't reference that at all. And I mean, this applies much more broadly than that. And I'll be honest, as I look at this amendment particularly, I think, oh my goodness, Representative Dowd, we should look at this as potential legislation for anything we do in state government. Because frankly, as a government, we're not very good at taking care of the things we're supposed to take care of. And we have right now, in this particular instance, we do have a facility that frankly is well maintained and could be operational very quickly. And of course, the amendment still says this would be an arrangement with the commissioner, and it would be staffed exclusively with public employees. And so it's just very strange that we would say, no, we don't want to use any privately owned facility. And frankly, we've got a really good example of this right now. You know, in December, we finally had a couple of in-person hearings about the House office building next door. They were the first in-person hearings we had had, so we really had not gotten much information about that until that time. But this is, of course, a facility that is owned by the state. And frankly, what we heard in that committee, or in those committees, was that we're not taking care of it. We heard about issues with the HVAC system. There's literally mold growing in that building. In fact, I'll be honest, like I've heard of staff with pretty significant health issues because we haven't taken care of that asset. There's mold growing. It's making people sick. And we haven't taken care of that asset. We've had flooding in that building due to neglecting things like the plumbing infrastructure. There are major problems in that facility, a leaky roof. And you know, I asked about it in that committee hearing. I said, you know, I have been involved in bonding bills over the last several years. I've served on the Rules Committee. I've served on committees where we would have dealt with those issues, and we didn't. I never even heard about them. There were the obvious things that people just didn't bother to fix, like the flooding issue that became an emergency. We had to fix that. But we didn't take care of it. As a state, we don't have a good track record of this. We just passed almost $2 billion bonding bill, and it paid for things like snowmaking machines at ski hills. And yet, we've got buildings that are falling apart. We're not taking care of them. And so this amendment that would just allow the commissioner to lease a privately owned facility run entirely by public employees with complete oversight of the commissioner, just as every prison is in the state of Minnesota. This literally would not do anything to this correction situation in Minnesota except make sure somebody else is responsible to make sure a facility is maintained. That seems like a win-win, actually, for the state of Minnesota. I mean, yes, there is a current facility available that if we needed it, we could use. I mean, we can talk about the Appleton facility. And frankly, my understanding is that that facility has been very well maintained all these years and could be up and running very quickly if needed, if we had a need as a state. And frankly, if we started enforcing our laws, if we started holding people accountable, we might actually have a real critical need for this facility. And I think a lot of us would argue that we should do that. We should hold people accountable. We should stop giving people parole for really heinous crimes when the Sentencing Guidelines Commission requires prison time. We should do that. We have a facility. Honestly, this is mind-boggling to me that this amendment of all things would not be accepted. Like I said, we should consider this for a lot of our things, for a lot of things we do as state government. There are a ton of businesses that are working primarily from home at this point. There's a lot of space for lease in particularly downtown Minneapolis, downtown St. Paul, a ton of open space. We should look into that. We should make use of that, not just for this facility, but as a state, we should consider that, because it probably would end up a much better deal for the state. We can pay those lease costs. Somebody else can make sure these buildings are maintained, but we can still run them. We can be 100% in charge of what happens within those walls. And that's exactly what this amendment does. This amendment says, hey, somebody else is going to take care of this building. And you know what? The commissioner, that can all be part of that lease agreement. The part of the lease agreement can be, I mean, frankly, I own a house that I have someone renting, and it is my duty to maintain that residence. It is my duty to maintain that home. When there's a leaky faucet, guess what? Well, frankly, at this point, it's my husband, it's not me. But my husband goes over and fixes that leaky faucet. When the garage door broke a few months ago, that was a little out of our scope. So we had to hire somebody to come in and fix that, but that wasn't my renter's responsibility. That was my responsibility. I had to pay for that. There's all kinds of things that happen that I have to pay for, but that's all in the agreement. That's all in the agreement. And so we can make sure in this lease that whoever owns the facility, frankly, I don't even know who it is, but whoever owns that facility can be required to maintain that facility. And frankly, it would be silly of us not to do that. Of course we should do that. But as we all know, it's in my best interest. I mean, in the property that I own, it's in my best interest to make sure it's maintained. I don't want that facility to lose its value. So of course I maintain it. And that's what we want to do here. We want to say that there's already a business that owns this property. Let's enter into an agreement where we lease it from them. They are, in fact, we could even make sure they're responsible for the utility costs, the cost of maintenance, the cost of upkeep. If there's a leaky faucet, they got to come in and fix it. But instead, we're limiting that. When frankly, like I said, we should be expanding that far beyond this. Far beyond this. The state is not good at this. We are right now, frankly, we don't know exactly what the final cost will be, but so far, $500 million with a B, $500 million for a luxury house office building for politicians. Because we chose to not maintain that building. And frankly, we could choose now to maintain that building. We could take care of that building for, my goodness, pennies on the dollar of what we're spending for this new luxury building that we're going to get. Frankly, we don't need it.
Madam Speaker. Stay your point of order.
Masons 101, debate must be confined to the question before the body. We're debating this amendment on DOC and prisons, not the state office building.
I will recommend members to confine their statements to the A3 Dowd amendment. Representative New Bentley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So again, with this house luxury office building, we could fix that. We could fix the problems with that for pennies on the dollar of what we're spending. And it's going to be the same thing for these other facilities. Any building the state owns, the state has an obligation to maintain. That's just part of the deal. We call it HEAPR when we're doing bonding. And that's where we allocate funds to take care of what we have. And I'll tell you what, I mean, again, while we're busy spending $13 million on snowmaking machines for a private business, by the way, a private business, actually, let me correct that. It's not a private business. It's a public business that competes directly with many private businesses across the state, including a private business in my district. Well, we're spending $13 million to pay for snowmaking machines. We've got a long list of state assets that are not being taken care of properly. So while we pay $13 million so that Spirit Mountain can have snowmaking machines, we're propping up a business to compete directly with a business in my district, another ski hill in my district. And this is how we're spending our state dollars, but we think that, no, the state should own more. The state should do everything, because we're really good at it. We're really good at owning and maintaining and doing things efficiently. I think that's what government generally is known for, how good and efficient they are at taking care of business. I mean, my goodness, you guys, come on. This one is a no-brainer. This one is so easy. Leased from a private business. That means the commissioner, it doesn't have to, may. The commissioner may. They don't have to. We're not saying that the commissioner has to use this facility. We're not even saying they have to. This amendment simply says that if it makes the most sense, if the commissioner can come to a good agreement, a good lease agreement with this business, an agreement that makes sense for the state of Minnesota, then the commissioner should have the ability to do that. Why in the world would we take that away from the commissioner? Why would we take that away? And in fact, this still has pretty strict parameters. Even if the commissioner decides that's a good idea, the commissioner must use exclusively public employees. Exclusively, it says. It's not an option to use private employees. Like, this amendment is such a no-brainer. Why are we taking options away from the commissioner? Why are we taking options away that would lead to increased efficiency, less cost, and a better product for the state of Minnesota? This one's a no-brainer. And frankly, we heard in the recommendation for a no vote, which I cannot fathom, we heard that services are not available. And frankly, I know we've got a lot of first responders in this chamber. And I'd like to hear from our folks who do EMT, who do emergency services. I'd like to hear from our law enforcement officers. I don't know, do you guys think you could do your jobs? I bet you can. I bet you could. And in fact, Representative Backer, Madam Speaker, would Representative Backer yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Backer, I think I have my geography kind of right. I know you're significantly further north than the Appleton facility, but you're certainly in a very rural district. And in your side gig, among your many, where you serve your community, you serve a pretty rural service area, and I'm wondering if you could comment on the ability to serve a facility like this if it was necessary.
Representative Backer.
Yeah, Madam Speaker. Actually, thank you. I received a phone call from a person who serves on the Southwest EMS board, and they were furious in what they heard that the author said. Yep, I just received it now. I can't make this stuff up. They were furious when they heard, and I wrote it down because I was going to talk about it in his opening statement, that private facilities out in Appleton, Minnesota would not have the resources. The paramedics, the EMS, the EMT officials, we in greater Minnesota pride ourselves because a lot of us are volunteers. Now, if you're a medic, a paramedic, that's a paid staff, but they were furious about it. And I just received that call about 5 to 7 minutes ago. So when you mentioned that, Representative there, New Brindley, I was like, are we like communicating here, or is what's going on? But us, fire, police, sheriff, when there is a situation, it does not matter. It does not matter who it is. What matters is that we are called to provide service to that individual. And we pride in greater Minnesota. I'm not saying that the Metro folks don't, But to say that they would not have the resources to provide care to that inmate is bonkers. Thank you.
Representative New Brinley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Boy, we could not have made that up. You know what? When Representative Wolgamott was making his argument for a no vote, and he said, you know, it's going to be really difficult to provide services, I made note of that because I thought, that doesn't sound right to me. I think that our rural communities are actually really good at providing services, and I knew that Representative Backer did that. I had no idea he had received that phone call. We could not have made that up. But Representative Backer, thank you for sharing that perspective. And interestingly, so we did not just get your perspective as a rural provider, we got the perspective of the providers in the area of this particular Appleton facility. And frankly, it's offensive. It's offensive to say that somehow they're not going to be able to provide service. Of course they are, and they do it really well every day. They do it every day. Members, this is frankly the easiest vote of the night. This amendment is the easiest vote of the night. And frankly, if this amendment goes on the bill, I suspect we don't have much else to talk about. If this amendment gets a yes vote right now, I suspect we're kind of done with this bill because it leaves our options open. It just means that it's at the discretion of the commissioner. The commissioner may, if they choose, if it makes sense, if they can come to a reasonable lease agreement, they may enter into a lease agreement on a privately owned prison facility. It'll be staffed exclusively with public employees, so nobody needs to worry. Nobody needs to worry that this will be a, quote, private prison. It won't. This will be a public prison. It just means that somebody else is taking care of the facility. Somebody else is responsible for the costs of maintaining that facility. This is a great deal, folks. This is a great deal. And if we can just vote yes on this now, I suspect we can be done with this bill in the next 5 minutes and just get this over with. If not, there are a lot of concerns with the underlying bill. So I hope that folks are ready to just vote yes on this amendment. Let's just be logical tonight. Let's just use our brains and act rationally and in the best interests of Minnesota tonight. Let's vote yes on this amendment.
The member from Clearwater, Representative Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, you know, looking at this amendment, it is very reasonable, and it's common sense. And we all try to be common sense here. And I'm just going to give you a little bit of insight as to the thoughts of our current prison system, according to our commissioner of the DOC. In talking with him, the current prison system is unsafe for both inmates and guards. It will cost hundreds of millions of dollars to upkeep, to make repairs, to retrofit, and to add safety features where they're needed. And even some of these buildings, some of these prisons, they've outlived their lifespan. And current time, the DOC is going around the state saying that a lot of county facilities have to be closed because they do not meet the DOC standards. So what do we want to do as legislators? What do we want to do? Is the bill's author on the floor? Where is he at? There he is. Good. I guess would Representative Wolgamott yield to a question, Madam Speaker?
He will yield. Representative Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Wolgamott, is it your goal? Is it your goal to be a good steward of taxpayer dollars?
Representative Wolgamott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, it is my goal to be a good steward of taxpayer dollars. It's also my goal to be a good steward of public safety. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we see that the corporations that own private prison facilities, that run private prison businesses, have perverse incentives to see higher rates of recidivism, to not provide the proper care and treatment that the inmates need. And so as good stewards of taxpayer dollars, as people who are committed to increasing public safety, it is very important that we vote down this amendment and that we proceed to ban private prisons in the state of Minnesota.
Representative Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Wolgamant, for a long answer to a very simple question. A simple yes, I want to be a good steward would have been suffice. And you're throwing these privately owned prisons out there like that's what we want to do here, and that's not what we want to do. That's not at all what we want to do. This amendment is asking that we be able to lease, that we be able to utilize, that we be able to save our taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars by bringing in private investment to have updated, safe facilities that have to meet our Minnesota guidelines, our Minnesota Department of Corrections, public safety guidelines. Because as I stated earlier, the director of the DOC says there are many concerns with our current facilities. Many concerns with our current facilities. And what would it cost our taxpayers to have to build a bunch of new prisons? Why would we put it on our taxpayers to foot the bill for new prison facilities when we can have private investment come in, spend their money, bring a bunch of jobs into our state, where our tradespeople, where our operators, where our personnel can build these things? They will have to meet our safety regulations, our DOC standards, our public safety standards, all of it. And they would be staffed by Minnesota DOC personnel and run and managed by Minnesota DOC personnel and kept to those regulations and standards. So it's not an issue of them not being run properly here. We got to stop using other states who don't do the job correctly as an excuse to keep draining on our citizens' tax dollars. Let's invite the private investment in. Let's keep our citizens working in Minnesota, building facilities to safely house the inmates and to give our prison guards and staff a safe place to work. Private investment, spending their dollars to build, we just simply lease from them and run it with our people, to our standards, to our quality. So Representative Wolgamant, I have to vote no on your bill because you close the door on an opportunity to make sure that we are being good stewards of taxpayer dollars, that we have facilities that meet the standards that we require them to meet to keep our inmates safe, but mostly keep our guards safe too. Why would we not look at the obvious and leave that door open for the future? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Pope, Representative Paul Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. You know, I was surprised when saw the schedule this bill was coming up. It's been a number of years since Appleton has been used as a correctional facility. It was closed down back in 2010, and it has a capacity of 1,600 beds there. Just a couple of comments. We have fine rural health care. I just looked up, and the Appleton Area Healthcare Medical Center has access to 15 doctors, which is pretty amazing for a population under 1,500 people. So the medical care, top-notch, great hospital, great folks out there in Appleton, and I think they could take care of folks as well out there. You know, it's been said Appleton is so far away, it's out in the prairie. Well, you know, the intake for all the prisoners in Minnesota, wherever they go, it's St. Cloud. So Appleton isn't a whole lot further away from St. Cloud than some of the facilities here, Stillwater, Moose Lake, Faribault. And when this was closed back in 2010, one of the main reasons there was declining demand for prison bed space because Minnesota had expanded its facilities in both Moose Lake and in Faribault. So that's why back in 2010, this was shut down. But picture a town of 1,500, 1,400 people. This place employed 350 people. My hometown of Starbuck is about, 50 miles away from Appleton. There were people living in Starbuck who worked at the Appleton prison. That's how big an impact it had on the rural economy in western Minnesota. Huge impact, huge economic impact on the economy out there. You know, and we hear, well, they can't take care of prisoners as well, whatever. Well, this facility has segregated units. Prisoners could be separated and cared for as well, I think, as anybody in any state-operated facility. And in looking up some of the background here, I don't know if this is in statute or rulemaking or whatever, but the Department of Corrections is to consider Appleton as an option when considering future needs. This bill trashes that. It says, no, you can't, Department of Corrections. So we're kind of going back on our word to Appleton in the facility out there by passing this bill. In the Dowd amendment, again, others have said this, you don't have to do it, but just keep the options open, and it just makes sense. So thanks for the amendment, Representative Dowd. And in one final comment, again, I can't emphasize enough the impact that the facility has or could have on the area out there in western Minnesota. A great place to live if folks like to hunt ducks and geese and pheasants and deer. It's a great place to be. So I think we could get folks out there. Anyway, so again, I support the Dowd amendment and would agree and encourage a green vote.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And frankly, Representative Dowd's amendment takes care of the issues that have been spoken by the author of the bill, the issues about a private-run prison. Because if you're renting the building and the state is running it, and it's being staffed by state employees, government employees, it's the same thing as, whoever owns a office building that we use some space in isn't running that facility. But I want the people at home to realize this is about the better environment for state employees, good paying union jobs in a better environment, a newer facility, a safer facility. So if you want to vote no on this amendment, you are voting against. Listen, public, the people voting no are voting against good paying union jobs. And I don't understand that. Thank you.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I look at this bill as an opportunity to support rural Minnesota. And I was concerned when I heard debate from the other side of the aisle from my colleague, a bordering community to my own, when he spoke a moment ago and shared that, you know, we don't have the emergency responders in central Minnesota or in rural Minnesota. And frankly, it's shocking to me when I think about St. Cloud, and if many of you have visited St. Cloud, it might be the most difficult city in Minnesota to traverse amidst rush hour. It might take longer to travel from one side of St. Cloud, where there's a prison, to the other side of St. Cloud, where the hospital is. It might take longer to do that than to travel from Maple Grove to Cottage Grove. And so to hear that it's emergency services that we're concerned about in rural Minnesota, where the roads are wide open, where we have hospitals, where we have other county services more readily accessible, frankly, that's offensive to rural Minnesota. And tonight, this amendment has the chance to support union workers in rural Minnesota. That's exciting. New jobs in Representative Anderson's district with this amendment. When the Department of Corrections determines that this is a need. And let's be clear that there is a huge need in Minnesota to go after the violent criminals in this state. A huge need. The streets of Minneapolis and St. Paul. Every constituent in Minnesota, when they travel here, have a hard time finding safety. We need to ensure that we are prosecuting violent criminals in this state. That should be a priority this legislative session. And instead, we have a bill before us tonight that is in search of a problem. In search of a problem tonight. Minnesota has failed to protect the public assets that we have in this state. And right now, we want to take off the table an opportunity to employ union workers in a facility in rural Minnesota. So I shouldn't be surprised when the other side of the aisle doesn't like the idea of employing law enforcement and correctional facility folks in rural Minnesota. But let's consider that this is a great amendment. Thanks, Representative Dowd, for offering it, because there are union workers across the state who could go to work in more facilities in rural Minnesota and help us secure our streets when we prosecute violent criminals in this state. I encourage support of this amendment.
The member from Isenti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speakers, Representative Dowd, thank you for this amendment. It's a good one. What I like about it says that the commissioner can lease, but the key part is staffs exclusively by public employees. That means it's not privately run. That means that it's state employees running it. State corrections officers who do a fantastic job, even though they're shorthanded right now. And I want to thank the corrections officers for the great work they do. I want to explain a little bit of our current situation in our Department of Corrections. Our newest prison was built in 2000, 23 years ago in St. Cloud. But our first prison was built in 1889. In fact, we built 2 prisons that year. St. Cloud and Red Wing, they both opened in 1889, almost 135 years ago. The next one was Stillwater, that opened in 1914, almost 110 years ago. All 3 of those prisons are still running, and they need a lot of work. In fact, I can't remember if it was St. Cloud or Red Wing. I believe it was St. Cloud, where part of the wall fell down. leaving a gaping hole in the prison. Because as that Representative New Brindley said, we have not been maintaining at the facilities we have. So, but with an option to lease, we could lease we happen to have a facility we could lease, but we don't have to do that one. But if another one opened up, we could actually lease a facility and shut one of these buildings down that's 135 years old. I know with Appleton they talk about it's outdated, it's not safe, it's just too much work to do. But I'll guarantee you this, it's a whole lot safer than a facility that was built in 1889. Much safer for the staff and much safer for the inmates that we are in charge of. Representative Wogemont, if you had a bill that says this, you'd have 90% of the green votes on that board, maybe 100%. But unfortunately, you don't. And you don't want to take this language, which is important. We've heard other reasons about distance, how it's so far away. St. Cloud is the central receiving, where everybody that's placed under the Department of Corrections goes to first. Once there, they evaluate, look at the case, decide the threat level they are, decide if they have to go to the maximum security in Oak Park Heights, the closed security, or the minimum security. And then they send them out to whichever facility they want. Guess what? Appleton's closer than from St. Cloud than most of the other prisons. It's a shorter drive. Yes, is it farther from Minneapolis? Yeah. But it's not farther from central receiving in St. Cloud. And that, with the technology we have now, they can do virtual visits over the internet. They don't have to go in person. They can stay in contact with their families. Representative Dowd, this is a great amendment. It gives the Department of Corrections options. And it's one that I would jump on just for the fact that we can close down one of these ancient prisons, whether it's Stillwater, that's 110 years old, St. Cloud, or Red Wing, that are over 130 years old, and all three are in dire need of maintenance. The amount of maintenance we should be doing on those three prisons, we could build a new one. Yet we have a facility that if we wanted to, we could use. We don't have to. I'm not saying we should. I'm not saying we shouldn't. But taking options off the table is bonkers. Members, please support the Dowd amendment. It's good for Minnesota. It's good for the taxpayers. It's good for everybody. It's an important issue that I think we should leave all options on the table so we have those available when the time comes. Thank you.
The member from Washington, Representative Patty Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I served the state as the state auditor at the time, we moved our office and we had to do a lease, and the office is in a privately owned building that's right across the street. There's a department, a state department that's essentially real estate brokers that work for the state of Minnesota that that do negotiated leases all over the state. I worked with them. I would bet that over half our office space in this state is owned, the buildings are owned by private entities. The Attorney General's office, outside of his office here in the Capitol, that is in a private building downtown. So you have several of the state constitutional offices, the top offices of the state, that are in private buildings. We have a full department that deals with leases and tries to cut the best deal for agencies. So it makes absolutely no sense that we would be cutting off this division, the prison division, from being able to negotiate leases through our state negotiating team with public employees, all public employees, if it was in the best interests of the department. So I don't understand why there is any opposition to Representative Dowd's amendment. It doesn't say that the commissioner has to do this. It makes it very clear that it's public employees. All we're talking about is the real estate. And if this body is going to start saying that we can't be housing any of state government in any privately owned building that we have leases at, we're going to have to build huge buildings all over the state of Minnesota. We're going to have a $10 billion bonding bill next session to try to build buildings like this, and it's going to cost taxpayers a huge, huge amount of money, especially when, frankly, we are in the driver's seat because there are so many empty office spaces all over. We should be taking advantage of that and getting good deals for the taxpayers of Minnesota. And in this case, there's one facility apparently in Appleton. This bill, if it's passed without this amendment, would say that that building's going to sit there and never be used. That's just crazy. We could probably get a screaming deal on that if we leased it. Because no one else is, what are you going to do? Turn it in, I don't know, into a hotel, a tiny room? I don't know what they would do. And that's a screaming, screaming deal. And it would be fully staffed with public employees. Great jobs for Minnesota. It doesn't harm anyone or anything. By not accepting this amendment, you are harming the Minnesota taxpayers. And you're starting something where a precedent where we're saying we can no longer lease private businesses in private buildings. That's the precedence that this would be starting. It's opening that door. And that makes absolutely no sense for the state, for any government entity, but certainly for the state of Minnesota that has offices and employees all across Minnesota. We have offices everywhere. And if we start forcing our agencies, forcing them, not even by option, but forcing our agencies to build buildings to house a few people or to house partial agencies somewhere, the cost of government is going to go way beyond the 30% increase in the size of government that's being proposed this session. We can't afford the 30% increase. We absolutely, can't afford even more. So we have to be fiscally responsible. It's not fiscally responsible to tie the hands of the commissioner and say you have to only use buildings that we have built, the public built, through bonding, because that's the only way they're going to get built if future prisons, if they can never be privately owned. That's the only way this will happen. I want to just again remind the body that the Dowd Amendment is only talking about allowing the commissioner. It says they may house inmates in a privately owned facility that we lease. But again, they're staffed exclusively with public employees. So this is about giving the commissioner the ability to lease space if they want. If this doesn't go on, you're telling the commissioner the only way that they can house any prisoners is if we build new prisons. That's the only way it can happen. And that will only happen through a huge, huge bonding bill. Huge bonding bill. Which we only do apparently every couple of years recently around here. But it really, really ties the hands of your agency staff. And right now, and for the last 10 years, the agencies have been run by the DFL side of the aisle. The commissioners have been appointed by DFL governors. These are people that I would believe the DFL trusts and supports and believes in their judgment. But without this Dowd amendment, you are saying that you don't trust in the judgment of your own commissioner. And probably by extension, in commissioners down the road who need to maybe move their office space or expand their office space. Or we've got in children and family, or in Ed Finance, we just saw the new Department of Children and Families, which I think is a good thing, frankly. We need to break up DHS, and I know a lot of the comes from there. I don't know what the plan is there, but this precedence sort of says, hey, the new commissioner of children and families, that you will have to build a new building that's publicly owned. You couldn't go into, I'm not sure, I suspect that the MDE building is a private building. I don't know if anyone knows, but the one up in Roseville, that was something else before it was the education department. So you couldn't be in there. And that's the sort of precedence that this is setting. It should not be this legislature dictating to agencies whose job it is to carry out the rules, the laws that we pass. They are the administrative branch of government. And those agencies should have the flexibility to decide whether they can find space within a currently publicly owned building or a leased facility within a privately owned building, or whether they can't do either and they need to come to this legislature and ask for billions of dollars in bonding to build a new facility. I would ask Representative Novotny if you would stand for a question.
He will yield. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Representative Novotny. I don't serve on public safety or any of those committees. Do you have any ballpark as to what a prison facility of this size would cost to build?
Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Representative Anderson. We do have numbers for what they were talking about in correcting the things that we needed to fix at the Appleton facility. We haven't built a prison that I know of since up by Moose Lake. So no, I was not in public safety or corrections when those numbers were discussed. I believe they were over $100,000 per bed.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you. Representative Novotny, would you yield for a further question?
He will yield. Representative Anderson.
Could you approximately, it's a guess, but ballpark would a facility such as Appleton cost $200 million to build from scratch? Would it cost $500 million? What's your guess?
Representative Novotny.
No. I do not have that number. But run it $100,000 per bed times how many beds you want, and that would be a very conservative, because we are conservative in this session, I hear. Guess.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you. Would Representative Johnson yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Do you know how many beds approximately the Appleton facility serves? And do you have perhaps a better idea what a facility like this would cost today to build from scratch?
Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, Representative Anderson, I do not know the exact number. I think it's, if I remember correctly, 1,000 to 1,200 beds, and at $100,000 a bed, that's $1.2 billion on the high end.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you. So Representative Johnson, I think, is, best ballpark, since we haven't built a facility like this in Minnesota in a long time. This is $1.2 billion. Representative Dowd, would you yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Anderson.
Thank you. Representative Dowd, do you have any better estimates what this would cost taxpayers to build brand new?
Representative Dowd.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Anderson. This facility has 1,600 beds in it, and I'll just do the math here really quick. Is that 1.6 billion? I don't know that it would cost that much, but I think you'd have to. I believe this facility cost in the hundreds of millions of dollars to build, and I know that the state could not replace it for, anywhere close to that. So, I mean, at 1,600 beds, the state wouldn't even have to use all of it. I mean, at $100,000 a bed, I'll assume that somebody had some authority in that number. 1.6 billion. It's insane to think that we would not use a facility that's sitting idle, that was licensed less than 5 years ago, I think, and is ready to be licensed right now. They're maintaining it. They've got a full staff there maintaining it. That we would pass some legislation to say under no circumstances could this be used. It's insane to me to think that we would put that into a bill, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in my closing speech on this amendment. But thank you for the question. It's 1,600 beds out there.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Representative Dowd and Madam Chair. So if we do this rough math, we're talking about $1.6 billion potentially. Let's say we take half of that, and we say it's $800 million. That is the cost to replace a facility like this. And so if we don't accept the Dowd amendment and we pass the bill the way it is, could potentially and very, very likely cost the taxpayers about $1 billion. And for what? Again, these are good union jobs that would be in this facility. They are good jobs. This is not about private businesses running prisons. This is about who owns the building. Who cares? Why do we care who owns the building? It should be our role to get the absolute best deal we can for taxpayers. And spending an additional $1 billion to build a new facility in some future bonding bill is absolutely irresponsible fiscally. So I ask our members to support the Dowd amendment, because if the Dowd amendment doesn't go on, we are telling our taxpayers we don't care about the cost of government, that we're willing to spend $1 billion some other time. But if we support the Dowd amendment, the bill as it is acceptable. Thank you.
The member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members. Well, I'm delighted to hear that the stated motive, not my impugned motive, but the stated motive of this bill, the underlying bill, is to remove perverse incentives. That's a good idea. We definitely don't want perverse incentives when it comes to criminal justice, when it comes to any of our state operations. But that also presents some confusion, at least for me, in trying to understand the opposition to the Dowd Amendment. Well, and I'll come back to that briefly. I just want to make a quick comment about the concept of perverse incentives and just express my desire, if you'll indulge me for a moment, that was something we were concerned about across the board, regardless of whether or not we were dealing with a corporation. Because it's been stated repeatedly that the real problem here is that a corporation is potentially going to profit from our criminal justice system and from the incarceration of people who've been convicted of a crime. And I'm just not sure whether or not who is profiting is really the core moral issue, because we see bills come through committees every day that are appropriating money, sometimes specifically naming the organization that money is going to be granted to for this purpose or that, administering this program or that program. And one could argue, I think, quite rationally, that there is a perverse incentive in having that as our mode of doing business. We're constantly appropriating money to give to groups that are not public. I mean, not fully private either, because we have this weird non-governmental organization, nonprofit space that's kind of its own weird jurisdiction. But they're certainly not public. They're not subject to public will, public control. And so, when one of these groups comes to us and asks us for a grant, for an appropriation, especially a named appropriation that's going specifically to them, surely that's a perverse incentive. I mean, there's no shareholders in a nonprofit, but people sure are getting paid to work there. Some of them quite a bit, six-figure incomes, sometimes north of $200,000. And so I think this concept of perverse incentive is one that I just hope that we start applying more universally. To bring it back to, and I appreciate the indulgence on that point, to bring it back to the Dowd Amendment, I get it. I actually really appreciate this amendment. This amendment makes it easier for me to contend with and think about this bill, because at just the underlying amendment itself, I wasn't quite sure, honestly, which way I was going to vote on it, because I kind of come from my roots, my activist roots are more libertarian in nature. And the idea of private prisons, this isn't a particularly intellectual argument, but they make me feel kind of icky. The idea that we're going to arrest people and convict them and then turn them over to some guys who aren't officers of the state. We wouldn't do that with police. We wouldn't hire a group of guys to just strap guns to their chests and run around the community upholding the law, because we want to have that sort of direct public oversight and supervision of their policies and their training, and we want them to be accountable to somebody who has some connection to democratic government. And so the idea of banning private prisons is something that kind of instinctively appeals to me, but I also recognize the hazards that have been articulated tonight on the House floor, which is that if you take a tool out of the toolbox of being able to use an asset that is there, then you could end up finding yourself in a situation where you have a need that you cannot meet, not because you don't have access to the resources and the facilities to be able to meet that need, but because you have arbitrarily boxed yourself in with policy, boxed yourself in statute, and said, we can't use this facility because of the type of facility it is, because of who owns it, because of where it came from. Now, the Dowd Amendment gets around that. It gets around that by saying, we're gonna thread the needle. Yes, we're gonna say that as a rule, we don't like the idea, we think it's icky, the idea that we're going to arrest people, try them, convict them, and then turn them over to a corporation to be incarcerated out of the public eye. We're saying we're not going to do that, but we're also saying that we're not going to shut ourselves off from the ability to be able to make use of an existing facility that's ran by us, that's ran by our Department of Corrections, staffed with folks who are accountable, just as accountable in that private facility as they would be in a public one. It removes and as far as perverse incentive is concerned, I'm not sure where that would connect in this scenario, because whatever company owns the private facility, let's talk about Appleton, for instance, they have no influence over how many people get arrested, how many people get convicted, how many people get sentenced and sent to a facility that we're leasing. If we're leasing it for our purposes, for correction purposes, then the extent to which it gets used is going to be determined in exactly the same way that we determine whether or not somebody goes to a public prison. So the Dowd Amendment addresses the concern of perverse incentive. It provides flexibility for the state to be able to make intelligent, rational, fiscally responsible decisions. I mean, we're kind of ticking off all the boxes of reasons why you would oppose this amendment. I'm really not left with much in terms of understanding why you wouldn't want to go with the Dowd Amendment. So I would suggest and encourage you to support it. Thank you.
The member from Clay, Representative Joy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, I sat here and I thought about it, and Representative Dowd, kudos to this amendment. You know, when I was a former mayor, I would have had you on my EDA board for creating jobs. Good job. But with that saying, you know, when we talk about not having services or things like that to these prisons or like that, I live in a rural area. We have volunteer firemen, you know, and some of ours are understaffed. So we do a thing called mutual aid. You know, when you put things in play or cities in play, you figure out how to get emergency services there. You know, we don't shut things down. I think this is a great amendment. You know, when you think about this and we talk about leases and should the state get into leasing, should they not? Is this, you know, this isn't forcing this facility to be open, but it's also option to lease it. Currently today, the United States has made a great decision that 25% of the post offices in the U.S. are owned by the United States Post Office. 75% are leased. Funny they use that number. They must think leasing's a good idea too. So with that, I think, members, we need to vote for this amendment. This facility is either going to not get used and turn into a sore spot for us, and eventually they're going to come and ask for us for money to tear it down and do all this. Let's put it to good use. You know, so Representative Dowd, I think this is a great amendment. I hope, you know, we can all get together tonight on this vote and create job communities, create growth in that community. I mean, let's do it. Thank you.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I too rise in support of the Dowd Amendment, and I just want to thank Representative Dowd and Representative Anderson and Representative Backer on their work on these issues over the years, and really, you know, the understanding of what it means to stand up for rural Minnesota. And, you know, this conversation can be about publicly owned or privately owned, but at the end of the day, what is it about? It's about jobs. It's about opportunity. It's about doing what's right for a small community. Doing what's right for a small community. And I understand, you know, the wins are what they are, and the majority is where they're at, and the minority is at where they're at. But at the end of the day, if this amendment doesn't go on, I don't know what the future is for that prison. But I can tell you what, if this bill does not get amended, doesn't get fixed, there's a decent chance that this prison will be publicly owned. Because if you're a private business and you can't afford the taxes, if you're a private individual that can't afford the inflation that this president has bestowed upon our great country, it's called jingle mail. When you can't afford your house, which many Americans right now today can't do, they're taking their keys, they're throwing them in the mailbox, and they're sending them in. They're sending them to the local unit of government, they're sending them to the mortgage, person that owns their mortgage. And maybe this will happen. Maybe that's the goal of this. Maybe it's to steal away potential property taxpayers in rural Minnesota. You know, we're not a bunch of hicks, folks. You know, we have internet. And as Representative Backer said, you know what, we have hospitals too. Critical care hospitals, folks that can take care of folks. And the idea that, well, we just, you know, we got to do this. And, well, this is about as good of an idea as you can have on this House floor. It keeps the chances of a small town alive with a big asset's just been sitting there. And rather than having St. Paul staring down its throat and saying, you know what, we know what's best. If I don't live 150 feet from an interstate, well, I guess I don't have a voice in this issue. My closest interstate is Highway 29 in South Dakota. We're just out there. We're trying to make it work. This amendment gives light to a small town. And potentially, not saying the state has to do this, but hey, if the opportunity comes in the future where we need to house inmates on state taxpayer dime, we do it on taxpayer dime and time by having state workers do the work, run, manage, operate the facility. I don't know if it'd be a triple net lease or what it would be, but it's certainly better than taking this facility and flushing it right down the toilet. That's a real investment for rural Minnesota. And I can tell you, my first day is door knocking. You know, I have the district that's just south of this facility. This is a number of years ago, and I can remember folks were out fixing this house up, a nice little rambler on the edge of town. I think it was the town of Bellingham. And there in the shadows of this house was an old schoolhouse that shut down. And many of you know, if you have a small town, you know, we have consolidations. We used to have schools, you know, in every section of land. That doesn't operate that way anymore. And sometimes we have schools in every little town, and those are closed too. Those are closed too. And it's just, I just don't understand why an amendment like this wouldn't be considered friendly. We're not saying, hey, tomorrow we're going to have a busload of folks and you're going to send them down there. No. We're just saying, hey, the end of this pen. Can anyone see the end of this pen? It's really, really small. And right now I have the end of the pen out. That's all the light at the antenna that these little towns have. This amendment allows that pen tip, just that little bit of shininess, a little bit of light for this small town to say, hey, we might have a future. We may be able to have 300 jobs, 100 jobs, 50 jobs. And when you let go, the pen tip's gone. If you don't take this amendment, that opportunity's gone as well. And you know what other thing that this pen does? It can write on the wall. And we can write on the wall that says, small town, we don't care. Adopt this amendment, members. Stand up for a town that's not within 150 feet of an interstate. Give us an opportunity to create jobs in rural Minnesota. We're not saying you have to. We're not saying you must. But could you give it a try? Vote green.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members. Representative Swedzinski, well said. And did I not warn you not to steal my points? I did. I'm not going to have him yield for that question, Madam Speaker. But Representative Dowd, I thank you for this amendment. In fact, maybe we should call this amendment the Little Town Amendment, the Little Guy Amendment, something along those lines. And let me tell you, there is a little town that is getting a lot of attention on this House floor tonight, isn't there, members? And for good reason. This House floor should be known for being for the little guy, being for the little town. Representative Dowd, I thank you so much for this amendment. This amendment, I heard this said tonight, is a no-brainer. This is a no-brainer amendment. This is a common sense amendment that could literally save or help save a little community. And Representative Wolgamott, I'm really, it's a humble thing to change one's mind, and I hope we can change your mind tonight, Representative Wolgamott. You know, and as I've been hearing arguments and debate tonight, I keep looking at the actual bill with the amendment. And I would just like to read you a very small portion. I would like you to hear just how much of a no-brainer and how common sense and how smooth this amendment fits right in with this bill. It says, line 13 of page 1, to determine the place of confinement of committed persons in a correctional facility or other facility of the Department of Corrections and to prescribe reasonable conditions and rules for their employment, conduct instruction and discipline within or outside the facility after July 1st, 2023, the Commissioner shall not allow inmates to be housed in facilities that are not owned and operated by the state, a local unit of government, or a group of local units of government, except that the Commissioner may house inmates in a privately owned facility that the Commissioner leases and staffs exclusively with public employees. How could you not accept this amendment? 3 simple little lines. In fact, it's not even 3 simple little lines. It's 1 full line and 2 half lines. But 3 simple little lines, and it smoothly fits right in there. Did you listen? Did you hear it? I know you're all working hard on your computers, but just entertain me for a moment. 3 simple little lines can improve so much for a simple little community of less than 1,400 people. Now, maybe to a city the size of 300,000 or 400,000 people, a small town of less than 1,400 may not matter much. But it should matter in this House. It should matter amongst every member in this place. I'd encourage us to lay aside politics tonight and help out this little community. 3 little lines for this community can create so much. Jobs for a community, hope for a living, prosperity for families, and for a county, I believe, Swift County, tax dollars. Tax dollars, because if this facility just continues to sit open, not being used, well, the value is going to go way down. And we know what happens in a county when the value of property goes down. The burden of taxes goes up. This could be a bright spot for us, for the entire House tonight, and a bright spot for an entire community, a bright spot for rural Minnesota. Let's give them a chance. This community of 1,400 people matters to me tonight, and I believe it matters to many of you. And again, you may be sitting here, oh, come on, this isn't going to help this community. 100 to 200 jobs? Madam Speaker, would Representative Anderson yield for a question?
Which one, Representative Davis?
The representative from Pope County.
He will yield, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Anderson, in your estimation, just give us a ballpark figure. How many jobs could this produce for this community?
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, when it closed, shut down in 2010, there were 350 people working there. Again, just a huge economic impact for the Appleton and Swift County area.
Representative Davis.
Thank you for that, Representative Anderson from Pope County. 320 jobs. 350, thank you. 350 jobs. Sorry, you're sitting to my left. This is my good ear over here. I was thinking 100 to 200, somewhere in that ballpark, but 350 jobs. I got to tell you, 350 jobs means a lot to a community of 1,400 people. Members, please change your mind. You know, prisoners are never going to go away, unfortunately. They're just not. Whenever we have rules for society, there's always going to be people to break them. History teaches us that problem is not going away. I mean, unless we outlaw crime. Oh, I shouldn't have said that, huh? Members, please change your mind if you haven't already. An entire community, small community, rural community is depending on us tonight. And they're watching and they're listening. I guarantee you that. Please vote for the no-brainer, common sense, little guy, little town, little rural area community amendment that Representative Dowd has offered us here tonight. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. You know, over the years, I've spent a fair amount of time in Appleton. Sporting events. They had a TV station there, public television. They lost that. And the town needs a boost. It needs some help. Closing the prison took away all those jobs. They've had other job losses, population decline. The Dowd Amendment authorizes a privately owned facility to be operated by public employees. Private prisons take the burdens off government and put it onto a private company. Instead of all the business of running a prison, the government is responsible for sentencing, classifying, and assigning inmates to prison and requiring oversight. That oversight can be done privately. Private prisons in the United States incarcerated 115,428 people in 2019, representing 8% of the total state and federal prison population. Since 2000, the number of people housed in private prisons has increased 32%, compared to an overall rise in the prison population of 3%. Regarding safety, a 2005 study from the Bureau of Prisons found being an inmate at a private prison seemed to reduce the probability of violent misconduct. Private facilities can provide better services than public prisons due to their funding from local and federal government. This is a plus for the rehabilitation of prisoners. In rural Minnesota, the Appleton area needs an economic boost that using the prison in Appleton could provide. Western Minnesota is losing population, losing jobs. Our schools there are suffering. The Dowd Amendment provides a common sense approach to a serious problem. Many prisoners are being double bunked in Minnesota prisons. We have space concerns. Using the prison in Appleton would promote safety and economic growth that is badly needed. Private facilities can provide better services in public prisons. This is a good, common sense amendment. You should vote green to help out, again, a small town and to help out a whole section of Minnesota that really needs a helping hand. Vote green.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Zeleznikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise in support of the Dowd Amendment. I think as House leaders, it's important that we remember to keep all tools in the toolbox. 1992 may seem like a long time ago, and while I wasn't a House of Representative at that point, I do remember the year quite well. I was married that year. So while it may be a long time to many to be married for 30 years, I don't think it's a very old building. And when I look around and I see we look at European buildings, they're 30 years is nothing. So I asked myself, why would we not consider leaving all options on the table in the state of Minnesota? We're proposing at this very time to renovate the state office building. That was built in 1931. And it was renovated, I believe, in 1980, and it's going to cost $500 million, and it's...
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
State your point of order.
Masons 101, the debate needs to be confined to the subject before the body. We are getting far afield from the subject.
Members, please keep your remarks confined to the A5 Dowd Amendment. Representative Zeleznikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I speak to the point of buildings and what the cost of buildings are because we're talking about a building that has been built, that is relatively new, 1992. And we're talking about another building that we're going to renovate that is older than that we're going to renovate for an alleged $500 million. So what are some of the options that I would hope we would consider? And maybe the Department of Corrections is going to want to consider as we move forward with needs in the state of Minnesota. Shakopee facility that's for women now has pregnant women that come into the facility. Shakopee started in 1986. To my understanding, we have more women that are pregnant that are entering correctional facilities. I also read an article from January 27th of 2023 about overcrowding for Shakopee women, double bunking. Seems to be a gender inequity in my mind for women. Women are double bunking, women who are pregnant, women who now have their babies in the facilities, which I think was an innovative way to keep families together so that that child can bond with the mother. But if we have overcrowding in Shakopee right now, why would we not look at utilizing another facility that's already been built? Especially when Speaker Dowd is talking about that this facility can be leased and we can have public employees. public employees that will have great jobs in a rural community, and people want to live in rural Minnesota. I looked at what the population was when this was going on. The population in Appleton in 2000 was 2,881. The population in 2021 in Appleton was 1,367. That's over 1,500 people for that community. Imagine what that community would be doing if it had 1,500 more people. Imagine the possibilities. We are now doing broadband grants. We have people working remotely. We have the opportunities for people in rural Minnesota. We're putting initiatives across the state to support that. It seems crazy to me that we would limit opportunities for best practices in corrections. We don't limit opportunities in every other committee I sit on where we are allocating millions of dollars and we're looking at partnerships with nonprofits, and those lease arrangements that go on between private business are happening every year. And to not look at what's best for corrections, what the needs are going to be when we have people that need treatment. We have a fentanyl problem in the state of Minnesota. I don't know that anybody's doing corrections focused on fentanyl. We are spending money in this budget cycle under the Waltz proposal with opioids. Addictions are part of the whole treatment plan in correctional centers. Who's to say that we don't have a best practice that's going to be possible to be utilized in a facility that's already been built? Having built facilities on a much smaller scale, only 15 years ago, I can tell you what the building costs are for materials, for supplies. It is cheaper to renovate most buildings, even older buildings, and this isn't even old. We're considering it right now for a building that's 90-something years old, and yet we're going to take off the table a building that was built in 1992. That seems absolutely ludicrous to me for taxpayer money, especially at a time when we have our own facility in Shakopee saying we are overcrowded. We need to serve women. What are we doing to serve our incarcerated women? We have one facility in the state of Minnesota that's all women, to my knowledge. I would ask that Representative Brian Johnson would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Zalesnikar.
Representative Johnson, can you tell me if Shakopee is the only facility in the state of Minnesota that serves women?
Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, Representative Zalesnikar, Shakopee is the only women's prison in the Department of Corrections that they have at this time.
Representative Zalesnikar.
Representative Johnson, can you tell me if, to your understanding, if incarcerated women numbers have increased or decreased in the last 10 years?
Representative Johnson.
Representative Zalesnikar, I'm not exactly sure on the numbers, but I believe they have increased. And I believe the facility is almost at its maximum capacity at this time.
Representative Zalesnikar.
Representative Johnson.
Representative Zalesnikar, I've been pretty laxed. You need to go through the speaker. Representative
Thank you.
Johnson, will you yield? He will yield. Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you. Representative Johnson, do you believe that if this facility was available, it would be an option for the women of Shakopee?
Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, Representative Zalesnikar, this would be an option. There's 1,600 beds available there, which is larger than the Shakopee prison.
Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Speaker. Representative, oh, my apologies. Madam Speaker, will Representative Johnson yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Zalesnikar.
Representative Johnson, do you believe that a facility in Appleton would be feasible to house women for the state of Minnesota beyond Shakopee?
Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, Representative Zelinzikar, unfortunately, I have not been at the Oak Park Heights prison myself, but I don't believe it would take much to change a few things to make it feasible.
Representative Zelensnikar.
Madam Speaker, I think it's important for members of the House to seriously consider Representative Dowd's amendment. I think it's a very reasonable amendment at a time when we are trying to preserve buildings to the best of our ability. We are doing that as House of Representatives. We are showing the state of Minnesota that we want to preserve buildings. And I think we should do the same thing for a building that was built in 1992 to allow options for the state of Minnesota. Correctional needs changed by decades. We now have infants with their mothers in prison systems. There's no way to know how many we're going to need to serve. I would hope, as a woman, that we would continue to do that for the women of Minnesota who are incarcerated, to be able to be with their children. When they're nursing their children, when they're forming those critical bonds that are so critical for a mom to have with their child, that they have a setup, that they're not double bunked, that they have private rooms and they have the opportunities to bond with that child. I think this setting is a perfect facility that allows for an opportunity that shouldn't be taken off the table. Leaders make sure they have tools available. And once you eliminate that, there's also consequences to having a much more costly effect for the taxpayers. So I think it's really critical for us to ask what we're doing, because we have women in the state of Minnesota who are incarcerated also. Women who have children, women that enter the prison system pregnant and need to serve their time. And we need to have facilities that allow for that bonding period to happen with their children in the most effective way. And if it's full and near capacity at Shakopee, we are not prepared in the state of Minnesota to care for pregnant women who are incarcerated. And that is going to be a tremendous setback for these children, where we're trying to close learning gaps and we're trying to have them have their best start, to have one Minnesota. We cannot forget about pregnant women in the state of Minnesota who are incarcerated. And I think that we are doing a great disservice to the state of Minnesota by not assuring that women have the proper setup in a prison system that we would hope that all of us would have to care for our child and to bond with our child successfully. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Madam Speaker and members, you know, I was raised with a little bit of a motto here and there, and one of those mottos was keep your options open, right? And this is really closing a really viable option that may be very useful to the state of Minnesota. And I really don't understand why we're wasting the paper to put in our statute books to take this option off the table completely. It seems unwise to me. And I'm wondering if Representative Johnson would yield for a question, Madam Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Johnson, a lot has been said in the law enforcement community over the past few years about the need for mental health beds. Could you elaborate on that a little bit? Are there, as far as, I think there's some statistic out there that says the percentage of people that are incarcerated that also have mental health concerns.
Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, Representative Scott, mental health issues is a huge issue for law enforcement. Many of those incarcerated in our county jails have mental health issues. A couple years ago, I believe we passed a law that we had to provide services, I believe, within 48 hours. The problem is there's no beds. There's no beds to put anybody that needs the assistance. And we put a priority on those that are incarcerated, and so those people that are not incarcerated have no place to go. Department of Human Services has shut down many of the beds we used to use. They're not available anymore. Part of the problem is illegal narcotics. We have a lot of people that are on drugs. And if you look at the side effects of those narcotics, whether it's meth, whether it's heroin, whether it's fentanyl, one of the side effects is mental health issues. Now, some had the mental health issues before they started the drugs, but the drugs enhanced and started and caused many mental health issues. We can work and fix the addiction issues much easier than we can fix the mental health issues, because it takes much longer for the brain to heal. Now, because of those issues, our county jails are filled, or were filled until COVID hit, and they're getting back to being filled up again. We don't have the backlog in the court systems from COVID shutdown. But we have the other issue where these people on narcotics and their mental health issues, because they have other issues, some are homeless, some are kicked out of their houses because of the problems they're causing in the home, because of the problems they caused. They might have restraining orders where they can't go back to their home. Now these people are out committing more crimes, burglaries, thefts, narcotic sales. But we don't have a place to bring the people. Our beds that we have, our medical beds that we have in St. Peter, they're filled. So those that are incarcerated in our state system doesn't have a place to go because the mental health beds are already filled. We need a larger facility for the mental health issues so we can treat those people. Not just at the state level, but those incarcerated at our county jails. We need to start looking at a facility where we can house both, give them the treatment they need, give them the services they need, getting them the help they need. But with the Dowd amendment, if this body comes up with the funding to do that, and we have plenty of money to do that right now, the 39% increase in the budget that is proposed by the governor and by the target agreements by this body and the other body, we have the money to do that. So yes, we have a big issue we need to deal with, and mental health is an issue. And with the Dowd amendment, it's a possibility we could use that as an issue to get people into treatment that they need.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks for that, Representative Johnson. Again, keep your options open, right? I know Anoka County is getting ready, or they are trying to get it situated to build a new jail facility. And part of that, I would say, well, I'm not going to speculate, a large portion of the expense of that is to make the facility in a way that they can treat the entire inmate, meaning their mental health and so forth, because it is such a big problem that those in the corrections and in law enforcement face each and every day. So again, this is a situation where, thank you, Representative Dowd, because you're keeping the options open. You can staff it with government employees, but let's keep our options open. We don't need to be taking things off the table it's really meaningless to do this. So let's keep our options open. Vote green on the Dowd amendment.
The member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members, for the vigorous debate on this issue. Before I forget, I'd like to request a roll call, Madam Speaker.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 50 hands, there will be roll call. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members. You know, sometimes we try to drag things out a little bit on the floor, and I don't want you to think for 1 second that this is one of those times. And laughter was not the appropriate thing at that time, because as I have sat here, I have got angrier and angrier about this bill. Because this bill doesn't solve a problem in Minnesota. This bill goes after one little town in one member's district. One member. And by the way, if this bill becomes law or doesn't, there's probably not ever going to be a private prison in the state of Minnesota. We don't need this bill to accomplish that. But I'm going to walk you through some of the facts of this so that you can see why we're passionate about this. When one of your members goes after so personally one of ours and their little town, it does make people angry. This place that we serve in, I don't know where Frank Hornstein is, but he says, he loves when I give the speech and I say, look up and look at this beautiful room that we all have the honor to serve in. And we represent Minnesotans. They send us here to do their work, and this is the beautiful place that we get to work in. And I think out of respect for them, we should treat each other a little more respectfully. I will tell you that this is one of the more personal things that I have seen on the House floor in my time here in the legislature. And there have been some. I've probably participated in some of them. But at some point, we all have to agree to do a little better and treat each other a little better, or this place is going to continue to be circling the drain of the toilet. And I think that's what Minnesotans think about politics in this state right now. Would Representative Zalesnikar yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just very quickly, because I do want to move to third reading on this bill, Representative Zalesnikar, and because I sit behind you, I couldn't totally hear what you said, but I'd like you to repeat, and I'd like for members to just pay attention to this, because you gave a couple of years and you gave the population of the town of Appleton. Can you tell me what years and what the population was again in the town of Appleton? Because I wasn't able to catch it, so I would appreciate it.
Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you for the question. Representative Dowd, the population in Appleton in 2000 was 2,881, and the population in Appleton in 2021, just a year later, was 1,367, which is 21 years. My apologies.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Representative Zalesnikar. And I hope members listen to that. And please, I understand it's very easy to zone out in this place and read emails. Please pay attention to what we're doing here, because I want you to understand why this is so personal. Okay? The population of Appleton in 2000 was 2,881. That prison was built in 1990. The population of Appleton in 2021, I'm going to call it today. The population of Appleton today, 1,367. They went from 2,881 to 1,367. Literally more than half of the population gone. So when this prison, which had 1,600 beds, was open, employed, we believe, approximately 350 people. And along with those 350 people were their families, and I assume there were some contractors or some ancillary, just like when another business opens, there are businesses that serve that business. Maybe they do food service, maybe they wash the sheets, I don't know what they do. But I would assume there were some other businesses in the area that served that prison, okay? The first thing that I want to be clear of is what this amendment does and what it doesn't do. This amendment does not allow a private prison in the state of Minnesota. This amendment does not allow a prison to be opened without public or union employees. This amendment simply allows the state, if they choose, to lease an existing building in the state of Minnesota and operate it themselves. That's all it does, with union employees, state public employees, operated by the Department of Corrections, by the Commissioner of Corrections here in the state of Minnesota. That's what this amendment does. And somebody said it really clearly earlier that this amendment just leaves a little window open for this great community of Appleton. A community that went from 2,881 people in 2000 to 21 years later having 1,367 people. Ask yourself right now what you think it did for them to close that prison. What did it do to this community? It's a rhetorical question. It devastated this community. It devastated this community. And this community is holding on to a little hope, just a little bit of hope, that maybe someday the state would want to use this prison and operate it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that. And this is, you can believe it or not, but some people may think this is the most important issue we're going to deal with today. So if you'd pay attention, I would appreciate it. And I'm going to try not to go on too long here, but this is important, and I want to make the point so that you understand it. Regardless of whether we pass this bill or not, there will not be a private prison in the state of Minnesota. If you adopt this amendment, despite what the bill author said when he spoke about this amendment, when he answered a question, he said we need to defeat this amendment to make sure that there aren't private prisons in the state of Minnesota. That is a false statement. This amendment would not allow a private prison in the state of Minnesota. But what this bill does to this little community is the most shameful and personal thing that I think I've seen here on the House floor. I asked Representative Anderson, and Representative Wolgamott, just look over your shoulder for 1 second. Just let me know that you're paying attention. I got a thumbs up, but I didn't get eye contact. I at least appreciate that. Representative Wolgamott, I'd like you to look back here if you would, and not at me, because I'm going to ask you, and it's a rhetorical question, I'm not going to ask you to yield. As long as you look back here, I won't ask you to yield. Do you know Representative Anderson? Have you gotten to know him?
Representative Dowd, please stick to the issue of your amendment, the A5 amendment.
Madam Speaker, I'm trying to make sure that the member who offered this bill understands that his bill will decimate the community that is represented by Representative Anderson. I think this line of questioning is probably the most appropriate thing we've seen in the House floor today. And I'm not asking him to yield, but I just want to know, because what I want to tell you, Representative Wolgamott, that this guy who sits right in front of me is probably one of the nicest, most thoughtful, most caring members of the legislature. He's quiet. He's not always the one that's speaking the most, but he cares a lot about his community, and he cares about the people in his community. And I understand that you also care about your community, and that in your community you have a prison. I don't know how many beds are in it. I can't remember that, and I'm not going to ask anybody. But it's the St. Cloud prison. And the St. Cloud prison, by the way, the Appleton prison was built in 1990. 32 years old. 30, just about 33. The St. Cloud prison was built in 1889. It's 101 years older than this prison. 101 years. Stillwater Prison, built in 1914. I wouldn't, in a million years, as a member of this legislature, come to this floor and offer a bill or an amendment that closed the St. Cloud prison in your district. And you know why I wouldn't do that? Because that's personal. That devastates a community like Appleton when you do something like this. And by the way, the worst part of this is you're doing it for no reason. There's no threat of a private prison. There's no threat of this prison reopening right now. All I'm trying to do, and all Representative Anderson's trying to do, is give one little glimmer of hope that maybe it could. And Representative Wolgamott, I want you to understand that that's what you are doing to his community in this bill. That's what this bill does to this community. I asked Representative Anderson earlier how much this prison pays in property taxes. In the last 5 years, the average amount of property taxes paid by this facility, the average per year, $804,000. $804,000. Some of that goes to the county, some goes to the school district, we all know how that works, right? Those of you on the property tax committee probably understand it a little better than others. Some goes to the city. The city of Appleton, just, we had a little conversation here earlier. The city of Appleton gets approximately, pay attention, the city of Appleton, this little city with 1,300 residents, gets approximately 30% of their tax revenue from this facility. 30%. Representative Wolgamott, do you know what happens when you pass this bill into law and you take away that little glimmer of hope that maybe someday this could be used against? And whoever owns that prison right now is going to go right to the county assessor and say, you know what? They just passed a law that made this facility useless. And by the way, we'd like a reduction in our assessed value. And they will get it. And you, by passing this bill, are going to take away 30% of the tax revenue from Paul Anderson's little town. A town that you've already taken half the population from. You heard the term kick them while they're down? Or poke the bear? Representative Wolgamott, I would never in a million years question your motives. But I can't believe that somebody at home wouldn't think that you're trying to promote your 1889 prison and save that when there is zero threat of that prison closing and zero threat of this one opening. But you've got to pass this bill just to show those people that you're working for them here. And of course, I would never say that, but my guess is that people at home might think that on their own. And I wouldn't want you to fall into that situation. Representative Wolgamott, sometimes just because you can doesn't mean you should. And I have a feeling that people here in this chamber are going to remember today what you are doing to the 1,300 people in probably the best and most respected member of this legislature's district, Representative Paul Anderson. And I know that I will. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Adopting this amendment, let me say it this way. The only reason to pass this bill that I could imagine that anyone would think we'd want to pass it, because there is no threat of a private prison, there is no private prison. The only thing that this bill does is puts a nail into the hopes of these people, a final nail in the coffin of the little bit of glimpse of hope that they have that this facility might open, that covers 30% of the revenue to their city. And I don't know how big the school district is, but my guess is it's a big chunk of the school district's revenue too, and the county's revenue. That's the only thing that this bill does. There is no threat of a private prison. There hasn't been. There never was going to be. Nobody's talking about open one. This amendment is the only way now that you can show us that the intent of this bill wasn't to stick the final knife into this little town. Because this is about as reasonable as it gets. This just says, maybe someday, the state could lease this facility. Instead of, they could still buy it. There is still little bit of hope. But do you know what it takes for the state to buy a facility like this? It's a lot easier for them, because they don't have to go through the legislative process, to lease the thing. But now they would. To operate this prison, the Commissioner of Corrections, to put union workers into this facility would need legislative action. That's what it's going to require if this bill gets signed into law. So you've just put one more step, a hurdle that's probably almost impossible to overcome for absolutely zero reason. I just can't tell you how disappointed I am in the very personal, direct attack on this little community. It's the only thing that this bill does. And I'm going to tell you, Representative Wolgamott, that your community and your prison, which is under no threat, is not more important than Paul Anderson's 1,300 residents in that little town.
Representative Dowd, if you can debate the content of the bill and not go to motives, whether directly or indirectly, skating on the line, going over the line, coming back. So if we could just stick to the content of the amendment to the bill and the reasons for that. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been very careful, and I know where the line is. But I also want to make sure that people can see and that people are paying attention. Because while I can't say it in this chamber, everybody at home knows it. And it's not motives. I'm not going to question your motives. But this bill only does one thing. It's not going to prevent a private prison. It's not going to, because there isn't one. There's no threat of a private prison. There's nobody talking about one. The only thing this bill does is attack this community right here. The little town of Appleton, which already has less than half the population they did 25 years ago. To think that we couldn't have the government a private sector own a building and lease it to the government. I had a member come up to me and say, hey, do you know that these certain type of buildings are owned by the public and leased to the government? And I said, you've got to be kidding me. And I quick Googled it. There are 31,132 post offices in the United States. 31,132. I just assumed that those were all owned by the federal government. They are not. They are not. 75% of them are owned by individuals who lease them back to the federal government. You already heard Representative Anderson and former State Auditor Anderson talk about the fact that we lease all kinds of space right here in St. Paul. The State Auditor's office is in a private building. Most of the Attorney General's office is in a privately owned building. Explain to me why we're just going after this one town. And when this place degrades to a place where all we do is throw words back and forth at each other, and we don't actually sit and break bread and talk to each other and actually try to solve the problems that Minnesotans care about, I want you to think back to this moment when you made it that personal on the House floor. So members and Representative Wolgamott, take this amendment. I couldn't have written a more reasonable amendment. I could not have written a more reasonable amendment. This is your opportunity to show that this bill isn't just an attack on this community. Because the only thing this bill will do is it will cost his communities more. You're just poking a stick right into those communities. The only thing it will do when you take away all the options for that facility is the company that owns it's going to go right to the county assessor and say, hey, reduce the valuation of the building. The state just passed a law saying we can't use it ever. And the assessor is going to say, well, you're right. And his little communities are going to lose tax revenue. I'm not asking you to run a private prison. I'm not advocating for a private prison. I'm not even having a debate about whether private prisons are good or bad. I'm just saying, don't make this so personal and don't put a nail in the coffin of the hopes of this little community. Just for one time this year, do the right thing and don't make it so personal. And Representative Wolgamott, I got a challenge for you. I want you to break bread with Representative Anderson in the next few weeks. Take him out to dinner, talk to him, and talk about his community so that you understand that these people that live in his community are just as important as the people in your community that work at your prison. And the last thing we should do on the House floor is pit people in your community against people in his community. This is not the kind of bill we should be passing in the House. Please vote yes on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
O'Neill.
O'Neill, aye.
O'Neill, aye. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 1200, as amended.
Third reading as amended. Discussion to the bill. The member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've maybe talked this one to death, but I'm going to look at. I want to look at this a little bit differently. You know, Representative Dowd is right. You know, this bill, if it passes or doesn't impact one Minnesotan today, but it could. It could in the future. You know, some of the best work that we do in government, Representative Wolgamott, is when we partner with nonprofits, we partner with private industry to produce those outcomes that we're trying to achieve. And public prisons, I mean, we partner with private organizations all the time. I mean, for food, for medication management, phone calls, vocational training, medical services, building management, site care. We do it all the time. And I'm afraid that the language in this bill reduces one of the tools that we have. And you know, there's been some local governments, not in the not too distant, not that long ago, that basically made some decisions to eliminate some juvenile justice, juvenile correction facilities. Maybe it was a good idea, maybe it wasn't a good idea, but they definitely lost that tool. And honestly, in some cases, it was great. providing multi-systemic therapy, family functional therapy in a community-based setting honestly fits the needs of a lot of juveniles who don't need to be, you know, in a higher, more restrictive setting. But right now, we don't have that option. So tools that we have in government can be used well, or they can be used poorly. And I think eliminating the ability for us to use this tool, I think, is a mistake. You know, imagine, if we will, a prison contract, you know, private, nonprofit, public, that actually has some performance-based components for reducing recidivism. I mean, Minnesota has one of the highest recidivism rates in the country. And just imagine if we could build some performance components into a prison contract. You know, we partner with nonprofits, we partner with for-profits, and we do it because they can be more innovative. They can do things that sometimes government can't. They provide best practices from across the country, from across the globe, that maybe we don't know about. So with that, I'm not going to go on. I want to, you know, members, don't vote yes to reduce tools for government to actually be more efficient if possible. Don't reduce the amount of options that we have in order to serve the people, even if we're serving our incarcerated populations. Don't reduce the options that we may need in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. You know, thank you, Representative Dowd, for trying to fix this bill. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do it tonight. And I hope that as we're thinking about all of our work in this building, including on this bill, that we're thinking about what's going to happen to the next generation and the generation after that, not just about what it's going to take for us to get through our election. This bill, as we've heard, is, in the short term, certainly a solution in search of a problem. There is no problem right now that this bill is solving. There is no private prison in Minnesota. There is no move for a private prison in Minnesota. But, folks, I worry that problems are on the way. Problems are coming down the pike for the next generation, problems that we, by some of the things we're doing in this building, are making worse. And again, like Representative Nadeau said, we should not be taking tools out of the toolbox that the next generation might need in order to solve those problems. Members, I fear that more crime is coming in Minnesota. We've seen a spike in crime, but we're passing policies, we're proposing policies in this place and passing policies that are going to exacerbate that crime in the future. Kids in schools today are already being taught that rules don't matter, that there's no accountability for breaking the rules, and we're moving bills through this place that are going to further tie the hands of schools to discipline kids, that are going to cause more misbehavior in the future. Juvenile crime is out of control, and again, we're moving bills through this place that are moving to further reduce accountability. We're even thinking about legalizing drugs in this state. Imagine that. Members, I fear that the next generation and the generation after that are going to have to deal with the consequences of those policies in the form of more crime. And a legislature and a governor down the road might be serious about dealing with crime by incarcerating some people. And when they do, are the resources going to be there? Are the state resources going to be there? Our joint targets right now are proposing a 40% increase in the general fund from one biennium to the next. That's unsustainable, even in the best of circumstances. But what are we doing to the tax base at the same time as we're jacking up the general fund and creating a spending bind on our state? We're passing anti-business policies as fast as we can that are going to erode our tax base. The blackout bill that's going to increase our energy costs, earn sick and safe time, family leave. We're even targeting specific businesses, telling them they're not welcome in this state. Amazon, Uber, Lyft, everyone else, where bills coming through this body, passing through this trifecta, telling taxpayers, telling businesses, go other places. Members, we're creating the circumstances, a bind in our state. I fear in the next generation we're going to have more crime and not the resources to deal with that crime. And so we're going to need tools in the toolbox. We're going to need tools in the toolbox. You know, I think about the sign on a fire extinguisher, break glass in case of emergency. This is, maybe Representative Wolgamott is right that private prisons aren't the ideal solution. But do we need them there, inside that case, in case we need to break the glass, in case of emergency? I fear that we are going to, and I fear that the actions that this body is taking, that this trifecta is taking, are creating the circumstances that make that more likely. So members, this is not solving any short-term problem. This is maybe signaling virtue in the short term, but in the long term, we're taking that tool out of the toolbox. We're telling the next generation, the generation after that, that thing you had there to break the glass in case of emergency, it's not going to be there. It's going to be harder down the road. So, members, I urge, for the sake of our future generations, for the sake of our future, those coming behind us in this body that are going to have to clean up the mess after us, please vote no.
The member from Sibley, Representative Harder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am really disappointed that the Novotny and Dowd amendments were not accepted. I have 15 considered small cities within my district, and they work really hard to stay vibrant. And if this facility was in my district, this would be devastating to us. Representative Anderson, I drive through your city frequently to visit family in another state, which means that I drive through many cities of you to get there. And when I drive through all these little towns, I see the changes because I've been driving for years back and forth. And I see a lot of the homes that are for sale. And I wonder what will happen to all these small towns. They are important to us. Representative Johnson, I like your idea. I'm going to take your idea. I think that we should keep this place open and call it the Harder Hilton. I mean, I think that's a win-win. I think that's a great idea. So frequently in the county that I live, we use jail facilities in other counties through mutual agreements. This is not cheap for us. And so to have this facility open would give us another opportunity. And as a former county commissioner, I have to tell you, this is something I would say frequently at county board meetings and other places. It is so incredibly frustrating when this state passes mandate after mandate after mandate, requiring counties to do something and really little options to go with it, usually with funds. And that costs all of our residents more money. Prisons are incredibly expensive. As a county commissioner, I know many people that work within our system, spend time with them at the jail, not in the cell, but watching what happens. And they're really a good, hardworking people. And this would be great to have another option for our county to use. And so to lose this tool for us is considered bonkers. As a general rule, the private sector can do much better than government because, again, mandates and rules and regulations. So I respectfully ask members here to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, I'm disappointed in this bill. Representative Wogemont, if you had a bill that said no private prisons could operate in the state of Minnesota, that would be great. You'd have all green votes. But putting a hamper and saying they can't lease a facility is just bonkers. I'm not sure what Bloomington Police Department's going to do. For those of you who don't know, they have holding cells on the office space they lease for their substation at the Mall of America. But the way this bill reads, they can no longer use those holding cells. And I believe there's other departments across the state that lease facilities for substations that have holding cells. You can't house them there anymore. Because they're leased space. We have facilities in Minnesota that just 3 of them average 120 plus years old. They've had those facilities, at least one of them had the wall fall down with a big gaping hole where the cells are. It would take more money to repair what needs to be done and to make them into the type of facilities that we have now, much safer than it would cost to rent or lease Appleton. We're not talking about that. We're just giving it a little bit of hope for Representative Anderson's district. I mean, just a little bit of hope. But Representative Wogemont, I agree with you. There should be no privately run prisons in the state of Minnesota. They should be state-run Department of Corrections facilities with the great staff that we have of corrections officers and other staff. Right now, they're going through a lot of challenges, and I hope and I pray things work out for them. They're vastly overworked, vastly short-staffed. But those employees are fantastic and doing a great job. We should be able to lease a facility. Our county sheriffs and some of our police departments should be able to lease areas for a workhouse. No reason they can't do that. Oh, that's right, the bill doesn't allow it now. We tried to get it set up so our local units could do some things. We did get it so they can actually bring them to the hospital. We don't have a lot of government-run hospitals across this state, so it'd be nearest one in my community is the Hennepin Ramsey down here in Minneapolis. So anytime one of our inmates that might have to spend the night, we'd have to pass numerous hospitals to get down to HCMC. Thankfully, we got that fixed. But there's some things that were never thought about in this bill that have been talked about every year for the 5 years this bill has been around. I'm disappointed in this bill because it's going to cause more harm than good. It's going to make things harder for local jurisdictions to work together to keep costs down to help those who need help and incarcerate those that actually need to be incarcerated. But we have a lot that make mistakes. DWIs, first offense, yeah, that's a mistake. Second, third offense, I'm not sure. But it gives them an opportunity to go for a work release so they can go to their jobs, keep providing for their families, and have some accountability for the mistake they made. But what this bill does is sets it up so it makes it harder, more expensive for our small communities. I don't think that's what we should be doing. So I asked everybody to vote no, vote red, because this is the wrong way to do this.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. It's been a long night, and you know, a lot of things have been said, and aside from the fact that this is really going to finish off the hopes of Appleton to utilize this facility unless there's future legislative action, what's really been frustrating is to sit here and listen. And we know how this place works. We come out here and we debate bills and offer amendments, and not a lot changes. But I think this was one bill that really could have been fixed tonight. The amendments that were offered put out the hope that the county could maybe use this in a strictly fashioned manner. The Dowd amendment said that the state could use it with union people and run by the DOC. Things that could have worked, they were common sense, and again would have left the hope there that, hey, maybe someday, if conditions change and incarceration rates increase and we need the space, we could use the Appleton facility. But the way this bill currently stands, that's not going to happen. And it's just difficult to see what that's going to do to this town of Appleton and the area around it. You know, they've consolidated their school. It's Lackaparle Valley, and doing what they can to survive and doing pretty well. But this is really going to hurt. It's going to take away the hope, the incentive, and the possibility of using this impressive-looking facility on the south edge of Appleton as you drive through on the highway, and realize that because of this bill, it won't be used again for the purpose. And it's just, some of the things we do here, we get frustrated, and this is certainly one of them. And especially when you think that this could have easily, I think, been fixed in a way that doesn't take away from the original intent of the bill of not having private prisons. A lot of the people on our side agree with you that it might not be the best thing to do, but the lifelines offered kept that hope alive of using it in a different fashion, run by the counties or run by the state, which would certainly fit with whatever models we want to use for dealing with a prison population. So it's with a heavy heart and a lot of frustration that I would urge members on both sides to look at reason and look at what's best for not only Appleton, but for rural Minnesota as well. Throw us a lifeline, give us some hope that things we can revitalize again. This would be a great way to do it. So I'd encourage a no vote on the bill tonight. Thank you, members.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. A couple of thoughts came to mind tonight when we had the Dowd amendment. And the first thought was, if we have private facility that could be used for a prison, and I got to thinking about that, and then when Representative Patty Anderson stood up and said, you know, the state is already leasing a lot of facilities. I got to thinking, you know, it's not really so much for me, the state of Minnesota leasing these facilities. The county that I live in, that county right now is looking to try to replace its jail facility. And they've come to the legislature and they've asked to be able to get a local option sales tax to be able to fund that operation so they wouldn't end up having to put it completely on the taxpayers. And I also sit on the local property tax committee here in the House, and we didn't do any local option sales tax bills this year. And so this county that I live in doesn't have the opportunity to be able to, you know, go to the taxpayers and go and consider this local option sales tax. So I'm thinking, golly, if they don't have that option because of what the legislature did this session for local option sales tax, where do they get the money to be able to do this? And one of the ways that they might have been able to do this, and still could if this bill doesn't pass, or we'd have taken the Dowd amendment, would be to have maybe partnered with another organization to build the facility. And then through some of the tax laws that we have here in the state of Minnesota, they could actually do a levy or a partial levy for leasing the facility. And I know that we used that tool quite extensively when I was in local government to be able to get our facilities and to kind of help with our management and growth plans. But as the way it stands with this bill right now, we've taken that off the table. And I heard a lot of other members today talking about their local county jails and their local facilities are going to be coming offline. And that commissioner of the Department of Corrections is probably going to decertify some of those facilities. And we're just taking options off the table for these different communities. And so I intended to talk to my local county commissioners about how things came to be and a little bit about this bill and where things are at. And I encourage other members, too, to consider that and how we're taking some tools off the table and some resources for local communities. And again, they thought they were onto something by using a local option sales tax, but we didn't hear any of those in committee this year. And so it kind of sets them further behind and kind of takes a few of those options off the table. So members, it's with a heavy heart that I say vote no on this, because had we taken the Dowd amendment, we wouldn't be finding ourselves in a lot of different and difficult situations here where we're going to have to go back and our counties are going to scratch their heads and local governments are going to say, now how do we go about maybe doing this? An option is off the table for us to be able to do facilities. So members and Madam Speaker, thank you for your time. I think we're close to a recess and I may well be the last person to speak before we do that recess, but that is not my call, that is the Speaker's call. Members, thank you.
The member from Hennepin would like to make a motion, but first the member from Stearns would like to make an announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When we recess, Republican members, we will caucus briefly in our caucus room.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move a recess to the call of the Speaker until approximately 8:30 to allow members who are observing Ramadan to break fast.
Representative Long moves a recess to the call of the chair until approximately 8:30. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The House stands in recess.